Hello, everybody. Am I live? How's everyone doing? Welcome to Collaboration Empowered 2020. This is wild. I don't have the feedback of the audience right now, but I'm so excited to be here with you guys. Thank you for joining. My name is Minji Chang. I'm an actor, producer, entrepreneur, and the former executive director of Collaboration and current board member and your host for today. I'm so excited to be here with all of you guys. Anyone follows me on social media, I've been spamming y'all like crazy. This is really a special moment for Collaboration. This is our 5th annual Empower Conference, Creative Leadership Conference, and it's been quite a journey to get here. We had our live conference planned for March, and March was a special time for all of us, and we had to cancel last minute. But we're really proud and happy that we could pull it together and bring these amazing speakers together for you today to experience empowerment through entertainment. Excuse me, I'm getting acclimated to this hosting online. But yeah, today's going to be a great day. Today is day 1 of 2 days of our live conference. We have some incredible panels, and we have our keynote discussion that we're going to jump into shortly. But before we do that, I wanted to just plug a couple housekeeping things. We are live streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. So wherever you're joining us, whether it's Zoom or Facebook or YouTube, please keep the chats respectful. Collaboration is all about creating a safe space for people to express themselves, to learn, and that is definitely the goal of Empowered. So do not troll. This is not a place for negativity. If people get out of hand, we do have moderators in each of our spaces, and you will be asked to leave. But we want to have good vibes. So just putting that out there at the top of the event. We do have a hashtag. It's hashtag Empowered. EMPOWERD 2020, and please tag at collaboration with a K, because we would love to see all the great ways that you guys are interacting with our conference. Any cool quotes, any cool speakers that you love, we'd love to repost and share that with the world. So thank you so much for participating. And just a FYI, Collaboration is a nonprofit organization. A quick 30-second recap on who we are. We are a grassroots movement that started in 2000. This year is actually our 20th anniversary. And shout out to Paul P.K. Kim. He is our founder. He's a stand-up comedian who started Collaboration with one showcase at USC at the Bovard Auditorium on his credit card, and showcased 13 Asian American acts, Korean American acts actually. And over the years, we expanded from a Korean American organization to a Pan-Asian American Pacific Islander. And we've had over 170 showcases in 18 major cities across North America, over 1,100 Asian American acts, and that's acts, not people, that have performed on our stages. Our alumni base is incredible. We have so many artists who have moved on to become professional creatives, and many that haven't, but still remain very loyal and supportive of the Collaboration movement. We're here to empower through entertainment and improve the diverse representation and authentic representation of Asian Americans in media. So very proud of how far we've come. Empower is a new program that started in 2015 to expand on our showcases so that we can further inform, educate, and connect Asian American artists and creative professionals, not just talent, but behind the camera too, so that we can really make waves and make sure that we're showing up and represented to our fullest awesomeness in the world. So that's a little bit about Collaboration. Empower is one of our primary programs. It's also a fundraiser. So because people have been offering, and we're very touched by that, you know, it's primarily volunteer run. And we are taking donations throughout our conference. So if you're interested in that, you can send a donation through Venmo to @collab. It's @KOLLAB, or PayPal collaboration@gmail.com. And we appreciate every single donation. We'll do some shout outs throughout the event, but it's going to be a really good day. So with that, we're going to get started with our keynote conversation, our fireside chat. I'm so excited because these two people are really wonderful movers and shakers that are Asian American and have done some incredible things. So to start off, we have Ashima Shiraishi, who is connecting right now, and we have Jeff Staple. and they are joining us. They're both New Yorkers, but I'll start with Ashima in terms of her quick bio. She is a professional rock climber from New York City. She started climbing at the age of 6 at Rat Rock in Central Park. And then a few years later, she established herself as one of the top boulders and climbers in the world. This woman has been the face of North Face. She's a teenage climber, yes, but she's been doing this for a very long time. And now she's moving into this new stage of life. And we're here to find out all about it and talk with Jeff. And Jeff is Jeff Ng, aka Jeff Staple, and he's a creative visionary with work encompassing graphic design. He's a fashion designer, a footwear designer, and he's an expert in brand marketing. He is the founder of Staple Design Studio. He's worked with so many partners, including Adidas, Burton, ESPN, HBO, Kia, Levi's. The list goes on and on, Nike, Sony. We're going to get to know both of them and their journeys in this conversation. So please welcome Jeff and Ashima. This is where everyone applauds. So
Thank you all. Thank you.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good.
Great.
Doing good. Welcome to Empowered. And I did the highlights. And Jeff, I'm sorry, I didn't even get to the pigeon. Your bio and your highlights are so extensive.
This will rep it.
Yeah, exactly. We all gotta rep our brands, right? Can you guys do the intro? I mean, I did the snippets, but if you guys want to introduce yourself, where you're calling in from would be really cool to know too.
All right. Hi, I'm Ashima Shiraishi, and I am a rock climber. I'm 19 years old, and I'm currently in Utah, Park City, Utah. It's crazy. It just snowed yesterday. And yeah, I climb and, I travel around the world for it. I climb a lot outdoors, so I focus on climbing that's based on difficulty, but I also do competition climbing. It's basically my life.
Climber in a nutshell. Jeff, how about you?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff. I'm the founder and creative director of a company called Staple. We do a couple of different things. So we have a creative agency called Staple Design. We also have a menswear collection called Staple Pigeon. I also founded a retail store called Read Space. And then after that has done a lot of other retail-based projects. And I also have a podcast on Hypebeast called The Business of Hype, which is a podcast where I talk to creative entrepreneurs about sort of the realities of how they run their businesses. So it's like business meets creativity type show. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you both for taking the time. I'm so excited to talk with both of you. And Jeff, I kind of want to start with you. The idea of why this conversation was birthed. You guys did a chat together for North Face, which is really great. And so before we get into kind of individual questions, either one of you can take this question. How did you guys meet? How are you guys friends and connected? And can you guys give us the backstory on that?
I think at first it was just through Instagram and maybe mutual friends. And then we kind of connected, and we were both from New York City. When we met, I was in New York City as well. So, I guess we lived super close, so it was really convenient and easy to just meet up and hang out. And then after that, we became really great friends, and Jeff kind of has guided me in a lot of ways and taught me a lot. So it's been so great to have him as a friend and a mentor and inspiration. It's awesome.
Very cool.
It's like a typical New York story, where Ashima, I don't know if she still has it, but do you still have your scooter?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
I'll always have that scooter, the Razor.
She has this scooter, so she can get anywhere within New York City in 5 minutes. So it's if I happen to be in Midtown or downtown, and it's we have 30 minutes free. And Ashima's schedule back in that day was crazy. She'd basically be in New York for half a day and then be back on a plane somewhere, So it'd be I have 20 minutes. You want to get coffee? It's yeah, come on, come on around. And then we would just meet up. And we also are big foodies, and we love like experimenting and trying out different foods in the city. So just, you know, and in New York, we live like literally 20 blocks away from each other. So it's really easy to just meet up. And yeah, just watching her career blossom has been really inspiring. And since I've been in the game, as they say, for like 20 plus years, you know, it's great to see someone like Ashima, who's Asian American, a New Yorker, who has a diverse sort of like interest of like sport, athletics, fashion, design, all this stuff, and just anything that I can do to lend a hand, I'm there.
That's amazing. I love that it started very organically, and because of food. Like there's no better bridge. There's no better way to create a bond and true camaraderie than through food. So I love that. And real quick, I want to plug here because I didn't say this at the top. We are going to be doing a Q&A. So if you guys have any questions for Jeff and Ashima, please put that in the chats. We do have moderators again who are collecting those. So that's going to be really fun. We're getting to know you guys. I love that this is on a very personal level, but to kind of switch into the creative paths, because obviously that's what Empowered is about, right? It's creative professionals who have pursuits, they have dreams and passions that they want to bring into real life, whether they're on that or just starting out. You know, everyone's at a different place. So Jeff, going back to like what you were saying, having been in this space in design, you started Staple in 1997, right? And so you have had this extensive journey over how culture has changed so much, right? In those 20 years. And I'm curious, what was your vision when you started it? You know, can you bring us to like 20 years ago, Jeff? And did you imagine that you were going to build a brand, like impact culture? What was the initial thought when you started?
I mean, 20 years ago, like you said, it was a whole different world. Like just to put it into reference, my first business card that I had in 1997 didn't have a website or email address. So it wasn't like fully pre-internet, but it wasn't a time where you would just put an email address on a business card. Like my home landline phone number was on my business card, just to give you an idea of where the time frame that we're talking about. Nice. And back then, you know, like having, in particular, like Asian role models that owned fashion brands, forget about streetwear or youth culture brands, just having like a clothing designer look like an Asian person was not within my frame of reality. And I'm not even talking about like my parents, who obviously, you know, they're immigrants, but they obviously had no notion of a creative career. They definitely wanted me to pursue like either doctor or lawyer or something like that. And so here I am trying to balance my passion for art with like some form of a career. And so really back in the mid 90s, when I was like making shirts and like sort of like designing stuff for fun, I would be so happy that just me and my 12 friends would wear that. Like if I made a shirt that my friend would want to wear, that was like huge success, you know? So you asked about like if I had a dream to be able to have a brand and collaborate with like Nike and the Shake Shacks and Timberland of the world. Like, you know, we just did a Shake Shack collaboration last week. And like, that's just mind boggling. Every day is mind boggling to me because I'm still of the notion that this was just for me and my friends. And to this day, when I see a stranger wearing a Staple shirt, I'm still like mind blown that someone I don't know would wear a brand that I did. And I think that comes from deep, hard learning Asian upbringing, that like you are nothing, you will mean nothing. Like you know, like just that underachiever thing, like you don't deserve this, like work harder, you're not gonna make it, you know? So it's like, I'm just always like, yes, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. Yeah, but I'm super blessed and happy to where the brand is now, where, you know, we get to have these conversations with global companies. And I think one of the things that I'm most proud of is that I'm not having these conversations because I'm checking off the Asian box. You know what I mean? Like it's not an affirmative action type thing where like we need to have a Chinese guy do our design because we need to fit, like I'm there at the table because of what I've accomplished, not because of the color of my skin.
I love it. That's so powerful in so many ways, to walk that path and go in with no expectations, but have something so extraordinary come out of it, and just also receive it. I mean, there's a lot of philosophical things that have been talked about in terms of Asian culture, right? That there is a double-edged sword of the work hard, put your nose to the grindstone, don't even look up, like you just keep getting it done. But like also in this moment, and this I'm gonna talk to Ashima about this, is also to like kind of own it, like accept where your achievements have taken you and to be proud of that and kind of live in that moment too, right? So
Asians owning it.
Huh?
Asians suck at owning it.
It's the worst.
We're the shit, but like we kind of suck at bragging about it.
This is why we are here, guys. This is why this room exists, is to talk about this. And Ashima, you've been rock climbing, since you're 6 years old. You're 19 now, so it's been the majority of your life. But it's definitely it's uncommon for a lot of Asian American dreamers in general to do what they love, right, as their passion. There's a lot more practicality that's involved and things like that. And you've had a really unique journey because your parents, who are from Japan, and they have their story as well, have really supported you in this path of being a professional rock climber. So I'm just curious, like you're it's a very big contrast to Jeff and his journey. And like, how has that been for you, having been pursuing your passion since a young age?
Yeah, it's really incredible how my story with climbing unfolded, just because I just stumbled upon it because I was in Central Park and there's this massive rock called Rat Rock. And like, it was just a spur of a moment. Like I was at the playground and the next moment I was on the rock climbing. And my parents weren't even aware of it when I first began. So they were just oblivious of what I was doing. They thought I was still at the playground. And then I just fell in love with the movement of rock climbing and just whole, aspect of where you problem solve. And it's just a totally obscure and bizarre sport that, I had no idea of what it was. But then eventually, I became a competitive climber. And then I have other partnerships with brands now from it. And it's a huge passion of mine that's really, kind of blossomed for me. And it's opened so many doors for me throughout my life. So I'm super grateful for, my parents accepting that I have this passion that's kind of, just unordinary, especially for a 6-year-old girl, just at the playground. But then she goes into this rock climbing phase, So they're really just surprised by everything. My mom was terrified, of course. Like she wanted me to quit like right away. Then I guess they're both artists. And the reason that they came from Japan to the US, to New York specifically, is to kind of, become inspired by New York City for its art scene and, really just following their gut and following what they love to do and to pursue that, even if they had nothing. They came here with nothing in their hands. And that's super inspiring for me. And they really, held true to that and their beliefs in that. So they've been really supportive for my passion of rock climbing and kind of just to pursue what I really love and to completely invest in something that I am in love with instead of going half-heartedly into something, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, that's definitely a blessing. And it's also, and it's to kind of round that out too, it's also challenging to go wholeheartedly into a passion too, right? Like for both of you, it's, when you go, there's people that can waver because they're just like, is this right for me? Can I really do it? There's self-doubt, there's pressures from external forces. How have you guys dealt with that? I mean, there's so many voices, right? Whether it's your own or from an external party. Have you ever had like these crossroads of like maybe giving up and saying, maybe this isn't for me, maybe I'm not cut out for it, maybe I don't want to do this long term? Have you ever had moments like that?
For me, I've actually had to sacrifice quite a bit, and I think because of the generational gap between me and Ashima, it was harder. Like Ashima's parents probably, not only are they creative, but they also got to see like other new cool jobs that like you didn't have to go to an office to like make a successful living, and like for me, unfortunately, like I have a good relationship with my mom now, but like there was times where it wasn't good, like I'm a 2-time college dropout, Like I dropped out of NYU and then I went to art school and then I dropped out of art school. And if you ask any Asian parent, like how they feel about their kid dropping out of art school, they might as well just go to jail. Like it's like the same, it's on the same level, you know what I mean? And my dad, like, you know, I don't know if he's watching or not, but like I don't really have a relationship with my father anymore. Like that was a sacrificial lamb where like for 10 plus years while I was doing Staple, I didn't talk to my dad at all, like zero. And only recently have we been sort of seeing each other one time a year or something like that, trying to repair it. But it's, you know, that's a hard thing to try to repair. And there was definitely times where, you know, not only my parents, but also my grandparents who were still alive and, you know, my significant other who, you know, was involved as well at the time. Like all of these forces are sort of saying like, why are you wasting your time trying to be like a streetwear sneaker designer? Like, what does that even mean? And you know, again, this is 20 years ago when like people thought of sneakers as like you go to Champs Sporting Goods and buy a pair of sneakers. People owned 3 pairs of shoes in their whole closet. And now people, it's not uncommon for someone to own 50 or 100 pairs of sneakers, or like me, like 3,000 pairs of sneakers, right? Like that's not strange, maybe a little strange, but not that strange. And so they didn't see like the future path. I totally understand. They didn't see like the trajectory of growth. But I think the thing that I'm most fortunate and lucky about is that I found the thing that I wanted to do at a very early age, not as early as Ashima, but early, like, you know, in my teens, I knew what I wanted to do. And so even though all these things were sort of acting as hurdles, I was just like tunnel vision driven to this, like obsessed, literally like, you know, sickly obsessed to like get to the end of this and see where it goes. And I think that's same, you know, I don't want to speak for Ashima, but I think when she touched Rat Rock, like something happened as well, you know?
Yeah. Ashima, do you want to?
Yeah. I have a kind of different story for this one because, you know, my parents have been super supportive of my climbing career. And, you know, sometimes it's gotten to the point where it's like suffocating, where, you know, they've kind of like lived through my achievements and my career as a climber. And, you know, they're really invested in what I do. And at some points, they were kind of like, you know, just being like the author of my life and telling me what to do with everything, planning each part of my life out. And, you know, I've had some conflicts with that because at some point, as I'm turning into a teenager and then into a young adult, you know, you have this point where you need some, you know, like you need your individual self to make decisions and kind of grow out of your parents' nest. And that's been a big struggle for me because I love my parents and, you know, they're like my heroes and they've given me so much. But then at some points I have to be like, okay, now I have to make decisions for myself and I can't just let them have control over me. And yeah, that's been a big challenge for me because, you know, I have other passions. I mean, climbing is my main passion, but I have other interests and things that I'm curious about. And things like design, fashion, I'm really interested in. But then, you know, of course, my parents, they want me to just focus on climbing and, you know, put all of my energy into focusing on training and, you know, always improving in climbing, which is something that I really value. But I feel like if I have too much of one thing and no balance in life, it becomes like I overtrain and I don't really improve very well. So it's been a hard balance, you know, figuring that out. And, you know, also having a good relationship with my parents from that. It's a slow process, but, you know, we're getting there, I think.
Good for
Just
you.
so like grass is always green on the other side, right? Like here I am like wanting any support from my parents and you're like, please stay away.
Yeah.
There's no right answer.
Yeah.
This is why you guys are such a great dynamic. It's so fascinating to like see it's generational, but it's experiences that are so different. And that's very true to, I mean, I've been able through my participation in collaboration for 11 years, met so many different kinds of artists, whether they're performing artists or like graphic artists or whatever. And a large part of the conversation for a lot of Asian American creatives and like pursuing any sort of creative passion is this tension with parents. It's the most common question I've ever gotten in terms of me pursuing acting and producing and all this stuff. The main question I've ever received is, how did you tell your parents? How did you reconcile that? And I'm still working on that, same as Jeff, like there's friction, and it means a lot, and I'm not going to say that's only Asian American, but it's very high in terms of things that impact
It's very uniquely Asian. It's a very uniquely Asian thing where like we feel like, we're obviously not the only immigrants, but Asian immigrants who come here typically are doing it for the future generations to have like a better life, right? So there's this guilt almost that like we have to fulfill on that. And I think, more so than maybe other ethnicities, like there's this real like bowing down to the elderlies type thing, so like if your grandparents are still alive and your parents, like you have to make like 6 to 8 people really happy, and they might all have different visions for what you're supposed to be, so it's really tough.
Right. And as Ashima was saying, it's just you strike a balance of self and the people you care about. You can't remove it completely, but you need to be there, like it's your life. So and thank you both for sharing these. These are real experiences, and you're both doing such incredible things. So it's always good to know. It's always that like, oh, they're just like us. Everyone's struggling, and we all have our challenges to get through. And going back to your guys' relationship as genuine friends and as two people who are walking a very unique path that's not common to just anybody out there. How has this mentorship kind of blossomed? And I'm curious, Jeff, like what's your perspective on knowing someone like Ashima? You've said so many great things about her. She's at this new chapter in life, entering into young adulthood. How have you approached like that mentor role?
I mean, I don't really consider it like mentor mentee. I don't like putting titles on stuff. It's more like when she needs help, if I can help, I will help. And I think it goes the other way too, because even though she might get a lot of like wisdom and experience from me, I get a lot of like youthful energy and perspective on the current state of the world through the eyes of essentially like my customer, right? Like, so I'm 40, I can't even keep track. I think I'm 45 now. I'm 45. And, but most of my customer base, most of the people who purchase the stuff that I design are Ashima's generation, right? They're like 15 to 25. And if I'm just living in a 45-year-old bubble, right, I won't be designing really good stuff for them. So like, it's important for me that I keep like perspective on the way people like Ashima, especially she's really great because she's so worldly. Like she's seen New York and Utah and Tokyo and Europe. Like she's seen all the different stuff. So like tapping her and just understanding the way she sees the world is really great for me, because it's almost like getting a globalized filter through a set of eyes, and then if I can give back in any way in terms of like guidance on anything from like career to contracts to, we've even had like the parent conversation. I've even sat down with her parents as well. Like, yeah, we've had some powwows too. And
Wow.
it's just awesome because, I've been there and I've done that. And I think I've done it the hard way. Like I've done it the hardest way you could do it. So like, I try to steer the next generation like away from that. If they can have it slightly easier, why not,
Right. Just have better tools and capabilities to navigate all these hurdles, right, that you've had to deal with. Ashima, what's it been like for you having, someone like Jeff able to be a soundboard and also a therapist or like talk to your parents? And that's really special.
Yeah, it's been very unique, and I'm really grateful for this because, Jeff, he's obviously been through so much, and he just started from the bottom and grew all the way up to his like empire that he has now. And it's incredible how smart he is with how he just like kind of just soaks in everything, like absorbs so many things from different aspects of life and uses it in his creativity. And he's very smart with how he navigates with his brand and with his presence. So I think, with my parents, he's helped a lot because they're just artists, but like just, you know, they were artists from the 80s, the 90s, you know, they just did it for the scene, their local scene. And that's how they lived. And they were very driven through that. But then in terms of like, you know, unfolding things and sharing things of the world and like financial things, they have no clue of how that works. And that's been a big trouble for me because since I was like 8 years old, I've had sponsorships and I never knew how to use that. And my parents, they were always just like, we didn't even read the paperwork usually. Like that's how, like, I mean, they can barely read English. So it was really hard for us to navigate that type of scene. So like Jeff has given me a lot of perspective on that and, you know, a lot of information, and he's shared a lot of, you know, how that whole thing works with business. Because yeah, the whole money aspect I have basically like no clue about.
I mean, I feel like that's really important to note, especially because we're in a creative leadership conference right now that's focusing on becoming working artists or working creatives, right? It's not just, it's people that want to take something that is a dream and turn it into a lifelong way to make a living. And those things are sometimes very sensitive to talk about. There are very specific difficulties like explaining digital content creation or branding or et cetera to immigrant parents. It's a very, I mean, trust me, I'm there with you. It's, I have to explain in general how Hollywood works to my parents because they think that it's just full of prostitutes and drug dealers, which there can be those people, but that's not it, all of it, you know? And so it's just finding that conversation. And I think it's really great that you have resources and people that you can trust. I think in the Asian American community, there's been, in a cultural aspect, difficulty asking for help, or you know, you're putting your nose to the grindstone, you're getting your work done, but it's not easy to look up and seek guidance from somebody else. And mentorship is, you know, whether that's like a formalized mentor or not, I think it's really valuable.
Yeah, and I think it's
I think it's really great that you have each other.
Yeah, and I think also in particular with like people of color and minorities and, you know, Asians in general, like we all, you know, this conference is called Empowered, right? We know that in America, the people in power look a certain way, right? Generally speaking. And if you want to become empowered yourself, you have to like elbow your way into that room, you know, and when you get that seat at the table, I'm not saying take advantage of the situation, but you need to get what's yours, and you need to be 2x, 4x, 10x more aggressive or confident or, you know, smart to just get to the same level as the people in power, you know? And so if I can help Ashima and others, I will. And sometimes the things that I do, for instance, like the podcast that I mentioned, maybe the best thing to do, because a lot of people of color are sort of bashful and ashamed to ask for help, I just decided like, I'm just going to give away the information for free to anyone, you know, and I think that's been really helpful for me also to just sort of absorb what I've learned and then just like spit it back out into the universe.
Yeah, that's incredible. And like you're saying, there's so much available to us that didn't exist 20 years ago when you're starting your business. And maybe you have books and people you can ask, but like you were a pioneer in a lot of ways. I know some people get really weird, like, you're a pioneer, Jeff, we know this. And Ashima, I'm curious in terms of like this moment that you're in now and heading into this young adulthood chapter, and you mentioned creative dreams. I'm just curious, like, what do you have ideas? Has Jeff sparked any, you know, visions and other people in your life? Like what do you feel like is coming up down the road that you'd like to actualize? We like to speak things into existence here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think that with climbing, I plan on, you know, continuing my climbing career for as long as I can. And I'll probably be climbing outside and also competition climbing. That's my main source of passion, I would say. But I think also recently I released a kids book. So I think that like books have always inspired me so much. So I'd love to like give back and inspire others through that type of channel. So books is one thing, but also with fashion, I think that, you know, my parents both went to fashion school, and fashion has always been like in my blood, I would say. So Yeah, right now I wear my mom's climbing pants. Well, she just hand sews a lot of pants and also just makes a lot of clothing for me. So I think that with those, I would love to like share it with the world and have other people wear them. I think that's one thing on my list.
That's awesome. And I think it's back to what Jeff was saying too. It's just, I mean, there's a grander vision, but it's also kind of just like you start with what you love, right? And I love that you're going with like you love books and you love fashion. So that's the thing that you want to do more of and like share with the world. I think that's so great. Before we're going to take questions, we have some questions that have come in from our viewers. So if you guys have any more, please be sure to like put that in the chat. We have some to start off. But Jeff, I wanted to talk real quick because there's a specific thing we chatted about on our call last week about about your name, about being known as Jeff Staple. And I'm curious about that because that I feel like that's changing now. There's a much more wider acceptance of Asian identity in terms of having an Asian name. Like I know one example was Chloe Bennett. She's an actress. She changed her name from Chloe Wong to Chloe Bennett to be more palatable or to be more hireable. And that's changing now. I'm just curious, like how you dealt with that, because there's still a lot of conversations around that, a lot of feelings about being like your authentic self, right?
Yeah.
And I'm curious how that's been for you.
Right. It's essentially like, do you keep your slave name or not? Right. That's really the talk. Jeff Ng is my real government name. You know, it's spelled NG, which in America, if your last name has no vowels, you're basically ripe for like ridicule and you know, like mispronunciation constantly. But that's not why I'm called Jeff Staple. Actually, the first buyer who ever bought a Staple shirt, like the manager of the store who first placed the 12 shirt order from me, he named me Jeff Staple. And he's a great guy, you know, and he was like, yo, like I'd walk into the store and he'd be like, yo, it's Jeff Staple. I'm like, that's not my name. Like, that's not, he's like, no, you're Jeff Staple. And I'm like, all right. I was like, whatever, if that's how you're going to call me, it's fine. But it started to actually spread and I became known as Jeff Staple. And now it's like I have people booking flights and hotels under the name Jeff Staple. And when I go there, like I can't actually check in. So I've actually considered whether I need to change my name. But no, I actually think it's not a big deal. And maybe it's because of the generation that I come from. But to me, the legacy of the work that you build is really the most important thing. Things like your name or like maybe who you choose to marry or like these like sort of superficial outside things that build kind of like the accoutrements of who you are, they don't really matter at the end of the day. You know, like you think about like someone named Lee Jin Fan, right? Nobody really knows who Lee Jin Fan is, but everyone knows who Bruce Lee is. And is Bruce Lee less of a person because he went with Bruce instead of Lee Jin Fan? Like he did it, he made it to the pinnacle. And the fact that he used Bruce, you know, whatever advantage you need, and in Bruce Lee's generation, same as, you know, you mentioned Chloe, like it's probably like, let's just get over the hurdle of like having some casting agent decide I can't pronounce your name, and so I'm not going to hire this person. Like, no, F that. I'm going to get to that stage and show that my worth is in the thing that I actually am doing, and you know, the product of my workload is my value, you know, and I can't be judged on a name. So I kind of feel like it's whatever. I don't really care what people call me or what people think I look like. To me, it's all about my output.
That's awesome. Ashwin, do you have any additional commentary on that? I mean, you have a very obviously.
Yeah, I think like growing up, actually, I've always been pretty insecure. Like maybe like first grade to like through middle school, I had some trouble because like people would always like butcher my name, even at school, like everywhere, at competitions, wherever I would go, there would be like my first name they'd kind of get to be like Ashima or Ashima. That's like my Americanized name in pronunciation. But then my last name, people just kind of like, you know, they give up halfway through. They're like, sure, right, okay, you're good. Like they don't even try to say the full name sometimes. So yeah, sometimes I get kind of pissed, you know, I'd be like, dang, my name, no one can say it. Like that was hard sometimes. But at this point, I'm so happy that, you know, I have a unique name. Like, people don't have the name Ashima. Like, you rarely hear that. And I guess, you know, that kind of like sticks with you because it's such a rare name. And I'm really happy that I have that name. So yeah, it's taken a while though. When I was in first grade, oh my gosh, I was so mad sometimes.
Yeah, it's like the immigrant plight, you know, you don't have control over that. It's your name, but then it becomes a problem. It becomes like a liability. But I love that in this moment, it's something that you're proud of. It is a beautiful name. It is you. And this is where we're at. So it's cool to have these perspectives of having it be a liability. And now it's like, well, this is what makes me unique, and celebrate your own identity. I think it's really great.
Yeah, I actually, like, I went back. It's based on an island. So Oshima is the name of an island that my dad was born on. So I recently went back to that island, I guess like maybe 2 years ago. And it was so crazy just to like see my name on like different banners and just like on streets and stuff. I was like, wow, this is pretty common here, I guess. Yeah, it was really cool to see.
Here, I'm an everyday word. That's such a mind-blowing experience. But that's so cool. I'm glad that you got to do that.
You must know the nervousness of the first day of school, where like the teacher has to do roll call on everyone's name, and it's like when they get to your name, you're like, this is gonna be so bad.
Please say it right. Please say it right.
Every year we had to go through that.
Yeah. We'll be there for you. So anybody who has ever had that struggle, just know we see you. We are with you. We're all with you. And thank you guys. Again, if you have any additional thoughts, like feel free to jump in with them, but we do have some questions from the audience that I would love to ask. We have one question for Jeff from Raymond, who asks, how do you continue to keep innovating? And what is your advice when you need to reevaluate what you've built in order to keep up this ever-changing industry?
I actually think Ashima really articulated it well. One of the things that I try to really do is like be a sponge and absorb everything around the world. And then I really think my job at that point is almost like a chef, you know, like a chef takes all these ingredients and inspirations from all over the world. And then it's up to the chef to then sort of like figure out the proportions and how to prepare it to be a beautiful meal. And I feel like as long as I keep absorbing, then I'm going to keep outputting. There hasn't been a time, knock on some wood, in my 25-year career where I've said like, damn, I'm like out of ideas, or I feel uninspired, or I can't think of the next thing. That's never happened. And I think it's because I just keep this sort of in-out flow going on in my spirit.
That's awesome. I love it. And I to add to that, for entrepreneurship, you know, and setting your brand, do you think really far ahead, or how, like, it seems like that's a very kind of present moment to moment situation of innovation and sponging. How do you plan ahead in like your business or your brand?
I really don't, to be quite honest. There's certain aspects of the business that has to be planned ahead, right? Certain logistics, for example, like renewing your trademark. Yeah, you got to put a pin in a calendar that in 10 years I have to renew my trademark. So you can't be like a complete like careless idiot about things. You are running a business. You know, people need their paychecks, people need their benefits. You got to, you know, do certain things. But on a day-to-day basis, I operate very much at the moment. You know, I realize that like you can't change anything about the past, and you can't affect anything about the future. So that literally means what happened yesterday does not matter anymore. What happens tomorrow, or even an hour from now, you have no control over. The only thing you have control over is the now, and that's all I care about, is now and like the next minute. I can probably control the next minute, but anything beyond 5 minutes, a Mack truck can come right through my apartment right now and like it's over. So like, why worry about that? Like there's nothing to worry about. Just control right now. That's it.
Yes, so much yes to that, especially in the space and time that we're in right now. Absolutely, it's great to be in the present. And there's a question for both of you, which we both kind of talked about. Ironically, you're saying only right now matters, and but the question is, where do you want to be 20 years from now? You're like, I don't know, a Mack truck will come through.
Ashima, you go first. I got to think of something.
Yeah, me too. I gotta think, but yeah, it's hard to say because I feel like we're constantly just evolving, and but things are constantly changing, and we just never know. But I mean, my great hope is to obviously like what Jeff said, like leaving a legacy behind is something that I aspire to, and yeah, just constantly inspiring other people, so just follow what they love to do, and finding their own passion is probably my biggest thing I want to do in my life.
Can I just say that in 20 years from now, Ashima won't be as old as I am right now.
Let's do a little math here. Yeah, math is also a very sobering thing.
Yeah, totally sober. For me, I think the next stage in my career is like, it's interesting because I've spent the last 20 years really being good at making stuff that people really desire and want, like really crazily, like shoes that I've designed are like on the aftermarket for like $40,000 when the original price was like $100, so like just to give you a perspective on how I've been able to develop the knack for like creating desirable things. But what has been a real reset button is this, pandemic that we're living in. And I'm starting to wonder, like, how can I take the skill set that I've learned of making people want to do things and inspiring them to do things to now, instead of waiting in line for days to buy a pair of shoes, could I make them wait in line to do X? And what does that X mean in this new day and age? And I'm trying to like sort of answer that for myself now. And I think that, I think history is going to show people that if you're still on the side of the fence where like, I'm just going to make money by making people buy crap that they don't need, like you're going to be on the wrong side of history. Like you need to be on the side where it's like, yes, if you're a good marketer, if you're a good advertiser, if you're a good designer, great. But like, how do you help people, activate them to do something really positive for the world?
That's powerful. Yeah. And I wish I all things because I think that those are really important things. And I wish I'll be here as your cheerleader, just letting you know, whatever you need, I'll be your hype woman. And that question actually was from Lil Ree. I just want to call that out. Thank you, Lil Ree, for your question. And there's another question from Lil Ree for both. A lighter question. After lockdown in New York City is over, what restaurant do you want to visit?
Ooh. Oh man, that's hard. Jeez. Actually, I have big love for Superiority Burger. Just because I was working there for a little bit in Tokyo, their branch in Tokyo. So it's like a vegetarian restaurant, super good food. Oh my gosh, so good. It's mind-boggling how good it is. And they use a lot of like local products and a lot of veggies and fresh food and really good gelato. So that place is really close to my heart.
So my favorite, I love Japanese food, right? And my number one Japanese restaurant in all of North America, so just obviously not in Japan, but in North America, happens to be in Las Vegas, Nevada, which I know is unbelievable, but trust me, it is. And I love it so much that I'm not even going to give it a shout out because it's going to, like, I want it for myself. Like, I don't want it to be like, I can't get a reservation there anymore. So I'm not going to tell people what it is. But literally my wife and I have been talking like every other day, like, when are they going to reopen? When are the hotels going to reopen in Vegas? We're going to drive there and we're going to go to that restaurant. Like, we've been hankering for it like crazy.
That's so crazy. I'm really hungry now that you guys have talked about sushi and burgers, but that's awesome. And just like a side note, there are a lot of Asian businesses that are getting impacted right now. So just like there's a lot of movement, and in general, like local businesses to like support people. So just on the food note, we can all do our part in terms of doing a little thing that makes an impact. Let's all eat good food and support the local businesses. Thank you to Lil Ree for your question. There's a question from Raymond. for both of you. How do you find mentors or people that are open to guiding you? So I think it's, you know, if that's your intention of finding guidance or mentorship, how do you go about that?
You want to go?
I feel like with Jeff, it kind of like flourished out of a friendship. So I don't know how common that is, but you know, kind of just reaching out to other people and connections really help, I think. And then, you know, if I tend to have a lot of friends who are way older than me. I think it's very common in the climbing industry where you meet people of all races, ages, it doesn't matter, gender, whatever. There's very little like discrimination, I would say, in terms of like how hard you climb. Like that, all other things don't matter. It's just whether or not you get to the top, you know? So in this whole world, I've come across so many people across the globe, and that's given me a chance to connect with people who are way older than me and have lived through a lot of life, and they've been able to share their wisdom with me, and that's been a huge part of my growth. So yeah, I don't know what Jeff has to say with that.
I think mentor-mentee relationships are really interesting. And I think one thing that I notice is that really effective ones have to be like a two-way street. There can't just be one side giving all the juice and the other side just absorbing it. Otherwise, it won't last long. Like you might get one or two dinners out of them, and then that's it. They'll be like, I'm tired of this guy. Like he's just sucking the energy out of me, you know? So good relationships sort of have to be a back and forth. And I also find that like I have mentors in my life. And I think the mentors in my life all have one thing in common. They don't know that they're my mentors. Like we're just homies, you know what I mean? And I would like to think that they get stuff from me and I get stuff from them. And that's why the mentors in my life have been my mentors for like decades, like 10 plus years, you know? And I hope Ashima and I sort of have that relationship for 10 plus years and forever too. And I think that's the thing about finding someone that can be your mentor is what can you offer them? What can they offer you? And don't put any like pressure on it. Don't be like, hey, can you be my mentor? And we meet up quarterly and we have conference calls every 6 weeks. And like, you know, like just be free flowing about it and be cool about it. And you'll find that after a while, there'll be people by your side that you'll be like, oh my God, like that person's my mentor. I didn't even realize it. It's been like, you know, 6 years or whatever. Right? I think that's the best way to get a fruitful relationship out of it.
Absolutely. I agree. I love that. Thank you for those answers. Organic, symbiotic, I feel like, or like mutually beneficial, really important. Thank you for your question, Raymond. And then we have a question from Christine. Do you either of you ever feel any pressure on representing or creating a path for other Asians out there? Do you feel that pressure?
I feel like for me, it hasn't really come across my mind until recently. Mm-hmm. And that is something that I want to invest some time in, just, you know, bringing opportunities for other people of color like myself and other Asians and girls, just because, you know, that's something that's finally starting to open up now to discussion. And it's really important and critical just because, you know, people have so much to offer, and when they're restricted from that opportunity, you know, they never end up doing something that they can become like, I don't know, like the best person in the world in that specific field, you know, you just never know. So yeah, like bringing up opportunities for other people is something I really want to spend some time and have other people have the opportunity to do that. But yeah, I've never felt pressure to, you know, for being Asian, I've never felt pressure to perform in something or bring light onto something. It's just kind of like, I'm doing this because I love this, and I don't care who I am or what I look like. I'm just doing this for myself and for how much I love it. You know, it's not for any other person or something like that.
Funny, I was going to answer almost the exact same thing. Like I never really felt the pressure to represent for Asians. until like recent, like this month, like really like this month, the Asian Pacific Heritage Month this month has been like super strong. The pride is deep this month, and I've been doing a lot of interviews and press, and there's been a lot of write-ups about me and stuff. So I all of a sudden feel like, oh wow, I just realized that like the work that I'm doing does really have an impact, and it's funny, when we were in the green room before, backstage in the green room,
Backstage.
we're talking about that, I was sort of watching the Marvel series again with my wife, right? Because she's never seen it. So we're watching all these movies, all the Marvel series. And, recently we got to Black Panther. And for whatever reason, when I was watching Black Panther this time, I was watching it from the perspective of like, man, imagine like you're like an African-American kid watching this movie. It is like mind-boggling. Like it is like, whoa, like I can't believe, the cast they assembled and the power. And then we watched Captain Marvel, and my wife was just like in tears because of like how, empowering it was for females in that movie, like, and I was just like, wow, it really helps. In that metaphor, it was really about watching people on the big screen. And for me, my metaphor is like, it's really impactful for other kids who look like me to see that like the things that I'm doing in culture and stuff, it can change the course of someone's life, and I've seen that firsthand. So like I'm now realizing the importance of it. And similar to what Ashima said, I think we're both so focused on our existing career and making sure that what we make is pure and good and like, successful. But now maybe it's time to like look outside of that and see how that's going to affect the next generation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very interesting thing to hear both of your perspectives, that you've been so focused on doing the best that you can at what you do, but there's definitely a heightened recognition of race, and I don't think that has to be a bad thing. There's been a lot of tension, a lot of turmoil that's been happening since coronavirus hit, and it's terribly unfortunate. And there's so many different marginalized communities, different people of color, different communities of people who have suffered different kinds of discrimination and harassment. So it's maybe, a painful moment in a lot of ways, but it's also feeding an awareness of what you can do. Like Ashima, you're saying, with shedding light on something good, like empowering others and giving them some sort of and hope, like own who you are. It's good. It doesn't have to be the thing that hurts you, and you can do good in that, and striking that balance. It seems like both of you are very like want to just do great at what you do, but you also want to leave a good imprint, and that part means taking all those things in as well, like the other elements.
Well, I think also Asians are very critical people, right? So if your body of work is not like the dopest thing out there, they're gonna be like, why should I listen to you? Who are you? Like you have to make sure your body of work is like solid, and then they're like, okay, I'll listen to you now.
Yeah.
Very high standard.
Yeah, high standard. I was just about to say different standards. Okay, and we're in the last couple of minutes, but real quick, before we close out, thank you both for this amazing conversation. And question from Kairos Tongue, I don't know the name, but what are some of your self-care practices during this time? And how do you recenter in your moments of doubt?
Personally, I'm really into baking and cooking. I mean, 2 years ago, I became plant-based, so vegan. But it's been really fun experimenting with like different ingredients. Recently, I've been using like aquafaba, so it's like the chickpea grind, and I might make like some mousse out of it. A lot of experimentation going on in the kitchen. But also, I'm lucky to have like a training wall in the garage, so I've been climbing a lot. Some stretching, making sure that I sleep the same time every day, wake up at a similar time. Having like a habit, like regular habits, is super important, critical right now, because you can, have some really unnatural sleeping patterns, and that's going to affect your whole day, and it's not good for your body. So eating right is also good. Drinking water, reading, a lot of reading. Spending time outside.
Very nice.
I've been taking care of my health a lot too recently. It's always hard when you're in the rat race of like meetings and, like work and deadlines and stuff to like, I was sort of, going to the gym before and trying to take care of myself. But now that the whole world has slowed down, like I've really sort of made that like a top priority. And it's been great. I've never felt better in my life, even though I'm like a very old man now. And
Sorry, not Jeff.
the other thing I think, and maybe Ashima has helped inspire me on this, but I've actually now begun the thought process of working on a book, you know, and that's one of those, like a book is one of those things that like you kind of do, at least in design, like you sort of do that at the end of your career, like you sort of make the retrospective book of like all of your work. And it's always sort of the thing that gets put on the back burner. But now that, you know, we have a little bit of downtime, I've started to formulate the outline of what a book might look like. So we're beginning that process, and it's been a lot of fun to work on. Can't wait.
That's so great. I can't, I'm going to listen to your podcast. I want to read your book. Ashima, I'm going to read your kids' books. That's going to be so exciting. I mean, you guys have a lot going forward, and it's definitely really refreshing to hear some sound advice, some concrete things that people can do. It's been a tough moment, but this was like a really great hour in my life. I just wanted to put that out there to talk with both of you and to hear about your habits and your visions. And I wish you guys all the best. And hopefully, you know, we can have more conversations, collaboration, and whatever other ventures you guys are doing, we'll definitely be out there supporting you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. This was really fun. And thank you to everyone who tuned in for our keynote fireside chat with Jeff Staple and Ashima Shiraishi. It was great talking with them. We have our next panel coming up at 11:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, our Filmmakers panel. So stay tuned for that. If anybody would like to donate to collaboration for our conference for Empowered 2020, please go to @collab or PayPal collaboration@gmail.com. And our hashtag is Empowered 2020, and tag us, because this is so much fun. I'm having the time of my life, and who knew quarantine could be so great. And where can they follow you? This is my podcast. I also host a podcast. So I'm like, where can people find more information about you?
I have an Instagram, Ashima Shiraishi. I'm mostly just active on that. I also have Facebook, but I'm in this whole Instagram world. I'm not on Facebook that much, so just follow me on that.
TikToking yet is a thing.
A little bit. I haven't, but I'm not active on that yet. I feel like I'm gonna go into this whole loophole, you know, where I don't like being in all these little social media platforms. I like to just focus on one. So for now, I'm just on Instagram.
Instagram's good.
Yeah.
I'm at Jeff Staple on Instagram and Twitter. I still really love Twitter. Twitter's like my first love, so I still tweet. And
nice. Very cool. Well, that's an art form itself, so kudos to you. I can't handle Twitter. But thank you both so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
gaslight generation. It ain't our imagination. I might skip my medication, take a little sleepwalk. Don't worry your head about it, just be talk down and out it. Wake up out of bed shouting, up the dose again, dog. Straw man, that way too much, spontaneously combust. Control built on empty trust, put this mask on to filter out the dust. Fire, fire away, I see you in the dark, armed with information. We have illumination. Fire, fire away, you won't break me apart. Don't tell me I am lost, I know exactly where I am, under the flicker of the gaslight. Talk down to ya, come lay all around, don't ya? Drink a single ounce, stay. I know you like the sweet shots. Double vision, I lie. Now I know when I see right. Polarized to light. Now we fight for the detox. Running out of script, so you need help, kid. I got some interest. Running out of script, so you need help, kid. I got some interest. Fire, fire away. I see you in the dark, armed with information. We have illumination. Fire, fire away. You won't break me apart. Don't tell me I am lost. I know exactly where I am, under the flicker of the gaslight.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Empowered 2020, day one. My name is Minji Chang. I'm your host today. If you've been here since this morning for our amazing keynote fireside chat with Ashima Shiraishi and Jeff Staple, welcome back. And for anybody who's just tuning in now, welcome to the conference. This is our first ever virtual conference. We're so excited to have you here. Empower is a program that we started here at Kollaboration in 2015 to further educate and inspire creative professionals to learn about the industry, to connect with each other, and to move forward the Asian American narrative, because we out here, y'all, and is an important time. So excited to have this space and share it with you all. Before I introduce our next panel and our amazing moderator and panelists, I just want to do a couple housekeeping announcements. We have a hashtag. It's Empowered 2020, empowered with, it's EMPOWERD 2020, and please tag at Kollaboration with a K. We'd love to see all the social media posts that you guys are putting up and want to reshare and repost that. We appreciate all the love that's coming in. This is really special, and we're really excited that you're here. This is also an extension of our programs for anyone who has been a fan of Kollaboration. This is our 20th year anniversary later this fall, and shout out to PK, our founder, who started Kollaboration back in 2000 as a showcase to elevate Asian American artists and to improve diverse representation in media. So we have been out here showcasing performing artists, and now we are here with Empower to get creative professionals in general, both in front and behind the camera, to flourish, to be out there. And this is actually a fundraiser as well for Kollaboration, because there have been so many amazing supporters and donors. So if you'd like to donate to Kollaboration, we are a nonprofit organization, and you can Venmo us at Kollab, at KOLLAB, or you can PayPal collaboration@gmail.com. And we are very grateful for any and all support. This conference was put on pretty much entirely by volunteers. And so shout out to Marvin, to Megan, to Christine, to Juliana, to the team has just done such a phenomenal job. You guys are seeing something that was made so much out of love and passion for the community. So thank you to everyone who made this happen. Real quick shout out to our sponsors and partners. Our sponsors, CBS, Sony Pictures, Asian Community Empowerment, Low & Sons, and Boksu. We appreciate you have this space and making this happen to share with the global community. And we'd also like to thank our community partners, Visual Communications, CAPE, Asian Creative Network, LA, the 2020 Project, CAM, Hate is a Virus, Live from Home Show. Those 2 events are happening later today. And the United States Census. It is the 2020 Census. I hope all of you guys are out there filling out your info because we need that data. So without further ado, we're going to move into our Filmmakers panel, which is called Entering a New Frontier for Indie Filmmaking. And I'm so proud and happy to introduce our moderator because she is a fabulous force of nature. She is the Director of Programs and Operations at CAPE, which is a nonprofit organization that champions diversity by connecting, educating, and empowering Asian American and Pacific Islander artists and leaders in entertainment and media. At CAPE, she oversees pillar programs such as the industry-renowned CAPE New Writers Fellowship and the CAPE Leaders Fellowship. She is originally from LA. Of course, I'm talking about none other than Jess Ju. She is incredible, and I'm going to hand it over to her to do this amazing panel.
Hi, thank you so much, Minji, and thank you all for coming what is a relatively early 11 a.m. on a Saturday during shelter-in-place. I am so excited to kick off Empowered 2020 with this amazing panel of filmmakers. I am fans of all of them as artists and as people, and we'll introduce them very shortly. But first, just a few ground rules. Please don't be a jerk, we got enough to worry about. And we are gonna do a Q&A session at the end of this panel. So please, if you have a question, type it in the comment section of whatever platform you're using. One of the amazing volunteers at Kollaboration will compile and send that to us, and hopefully we'll get to your question. Without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. We have no particular order. First, we have Iram Parveen Bilal. Hello. She is the writer-director of I'll Meet You There, which was going to have its premiere at South by Southwest this year. Her project Walkery was also selected for the Cannes Film Festival Cine Foundation La LTA. It's a very fancy title, but basically some of the most amazing, promising filmmakers and projects around the world coming to Cannes to develop their projects. And her feature film Josh Against the Grain came out in 2013. So a few amazing indie features below her belt. So please welcome Iram. And then next we have Lin Chen. You might recognize her as an actor in amazing classics like Saving Face, People I've Slept With, Go Back to China, but she also makes her directorial debut in I Will Make You Mine, the third in a trilogy. I've heard it called the lowest budget film trilogy ever made, but not she directed it. She was an overachiever. She also wrote it and acted in it. So please give a warm welcome to Lin Chen. And finally, last but not least, we have Andrew Ahn. He's the writer and director of Spawn Night. He was the director of Driveways, which had its premiere at last year's Tribeca Film Festival. And he is also dipping his toes into the world of TV directing and has done a few episodes of Hentified, a new Netflix series. So welcome, everybody. So I'm so excited to have you guys. So I know you guys all had films this year in various states of, even past post, I guess really distribution or in the beginning stages of selling or distribution when the COVID-19 pandemic hit. So I guess what is the status of your films right now?
Andrew, you go first, because I feel like you're the one with the film that's out.
Okay, sure. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. My film Driveways. So we had done the festival circuit last year. We world premiered in Berlin, and then had our U.S. our North American premiere at Tribeca. Played through the festival circuit through the fall, and then we are now available on VOD and on digital, so on iTunes, Amazon Prime, Microsoft Movies, Google Play. We were supposed to have a theatrical, and we had to kind of course adjust because of the pandemic. It's one of those things where I would have loved to have gone to Q&As and you know, done screenings and had people like, you know, get to watch the film with, you know, a community. You know, but you know, I fully understand that, you know, this is about public health, and these shelter-in-place orders are really important, and so you know, I'm very thankful that FilmRise is able to get it out there and screen it, you know, for people, you know, inside their homes. And one thing that's been really nice is that you know, we've done well with our virtual screenings at small art house theaters. So you know, your local art house theater like could be playing Driveways right now, then and you could support them. Like the Lemleys, you know, for Angelinos, like you know, that's like our art house chain, and the Lemley virtual, you know, screening is screening Driveways. And so, you know, it's definitely a little bit disconnected, like that I can't you know, get to chat with people in the lobby of a theater, but you know, I'm checking Twitter. Yeah, and I think the hope is that that people get the opportunity to, you know, continue watching like new releases, you know, like while we're, you know, at home. I think just because you know, we have this pandemic doesn't mean that we can't you know, like rely on art to like help us feel better, and to support our community, you know, of artists and filmmakers who are you know, trying to, you know, figure out a way to, you know, get their work out there and to make a living.
Are you getting virtual Q&As, by the way, with these?
Yeah, there are a couple of virtual Q&As, you know, in some ways, like maybe more than I would have done, like had I gone, you know, like in person. You know, the travel like would have been a lot. But you know, the Q&As, I would say that they're generally like smaller. You know, it's not like we have, you know, like hundreds of people in the, you know, virtual audience listening to the Q&A, but you know, it's like I'm happy to do it if it enriches the experience for people. And you know, again, it's just like, it's just on Zoom, like I could do them back to back and not have to be like, oh, I have to like drive to this airport and like fly to that place, you know. So yeah.
Lynn and Iram, how about you guys? I know you guys were a little earlier. So both your films were supposed to premiere at the South by Southwest Festival in Austin this year, and obviously, and very tragically, it got canceled. So how have you guys had to course correct?
I'll let Lynn
you know,
go, because in order of things, like she's coming up with her film on Tuesday. So
yes, yes.
So Iram and I actually met at like the South by Southwest Filmmakers, like I guess it was like an orientation, yeah, in LA. And we're just so excited, you know, as like two women of color having their films premiere at South by. It was, and you know, I know I'm really good friends with Sheeple Chef, who's in her movie, and it was just like I had actually just gone to South by Southwest last year for a movie I was in, Go Back to China, and so I had actually done most of the press tour because Emily Ting, the director of that, she had just had twins, and Anna Akana, who's the star, couldn't do a lot of the tour, so I went knowing, because Emily was the producer on I Will Make You Mine, my movie, I went like knowing, oh, it's time to schmooze, it's time to meet all the festival directors, it's time to do the Q&As. And so I actually feel like I had that experience. But for me, I've been an actor for almost 4 decades. And this was my first time. You know, I've been to a lot of film festivals before, and I was really looking forward to that connection with filmmakers, which was why when I met Iram and all these other filmmakers, like it was really this moment for me of knowing. And I think there's this thing that happens where like you go and the films that travel with you that year become your films. Like I'm still friends with Mike Kang because his movie The Motel came out the same year as Saving Face. And like, there's just like this special bond that happens because of that, I think. And so it's a little sad, not only not having the audience reaction, but also like I bonded with so many filmmakers, you know, like last year, just as an actor, that like I knew that that was like an experience I was going to miss out on, because these are people you end up working with in the future. So that said, we had actually sold the movie to Gravitas for streaming before South by. We went to them because they had the first 2 movies, and they also distributed Go Back to China. So there was this relationship there. And I was really looking forward, honestly, to going to South by, because it was such a shock that we got in for me, that like, I was like, my mom's coming, I'm just gonna like party. I feel like it's been a really long time since I was able to go to a film festival and purely enjoy it, like without thinking, how is this gonna affect my career, and what can I do to make this train keep going? Like I had no intention of that, because I knew I've been in this long enough to know that that's not a healthy way to go about things. And I just wanted to enjoy. And so I'm very sad that I don't get to enjoy. But that said, I'm also really happy, because I do think that there is a silver lining. There's like, the movie's been getting a lot of attention that it normally probably wouldn't have, especially because we weren't going to have theatrical. And so places that normally wouldn't have looked at our movie are wanting to cover it. The journalists who wouldn't have had time to do it now are willing to, you know, watch the movie and watch a screener. So there's that. And also, like, I think like day 2 afterwards, me and Ram were like got this like group of filmmakers together in a way that I don't think the South by Southwest filmmakers would have been able to support one another had we been out there trying to, you know, get press for our own films, attend our own things. Like, I just don't even think like we would have bonded in the way that we bonded. And so what I wished for was that, you know, that connection, and we actually did get that. So that's the good and that's the bad.
So yeah, I remember that orientation. So I had just had my first child, and I was in deep postpartum when that orientation happened, and I was so excited. I remember, like, you know, finishing my feed of the baby, and I handed her to my husband, and I was like, I'm going, because I'm a filmmaker. That's who I really am. You know, all this identity shift moms go through, new moms. And I was so excited to be at this orientation and see hundreds of people. And it's like 1 in 10 films in competition at what is considered one of the top festivals in the US. I haven't. I know Andrew has had Sundance. Like, I have died to be in one of these festivals and have my name in the press with like in competition. And I finally felt that after 12 years, you know, I was getting that shot. And this particular film, Andrew and I actually, Spa Night, and it used to be called Forbidden Steps, were in the same writer's lab at Film Independent. And I have struggled to get this film made because it was very specific. I wanted to make it for a certain amount. I just wasn't getting, you know, it's a Muslim protagonist who's not a bad guy. And it's just as sad as it sounds, but that was a hard thing to get funded, you know, and just much like all of us do it, we go to our community, and even then it was hard. And so finally getting that, I honestly, I remember when on Jan 15th, so in South by you get in and you don't know what section you're in. And I found out we were in competition. I remember early morning at like a 4 a.m. feed, I woke my husband. I was like, we're in competition. And so I was and I said to him, I said, you know, that's all I wanted. Like, I can now, it's a badge I've earned. I honestly don't care about awards. I just want to go and party. So we had an after party. I'd galvanized the entire Austin, like South Asian population. I guarantee we would have sold out those 4. Like, we had so much going on. We were in print magazines in Austin. All this in postpartum, okay? Figured all this, and I was like, yes, now I just need to enjoy it. And that week, like, everyone's like texting us and being like, oh, I'm so sorry for you guys. Apple pulled out. And it was just like a quarterback running with the ball to touchdown and the field disintegrating in front of you. And so honestly, I will not lie, it yanked me back into postpartum like no one's business. And for 3 weeks, and so we did a happy hour that Lynn's talking about, where we had everybody in LA just get together who was at the South, because South by was, unlike these other festivals, South by was caught in it. You know, they were also shocked. They were kind of wanting to go. So we were kind of in this position where they were just damage controlling. So they weren't able to reach out like I think they would have. And so we were alone. Like, we felt like we were dropped in war zone, and now we're just all running for cover. And I think that, you know, all these decisions, should we do press? Should we not? So out of the competition, I can say, because we had this chain going, a lot of people decided to pull press. My publicist said, no, go with press right now, and then you can go with it again in the release, because she's like, right now, these people want to cover you for pity or whatever the reason, take it. So you have reviews. And so we have all these reviews, you know, it's like majority of them are really, really positive and great. And so I went ahead with it because I was like, well, God knows when the world is going to be unpaused, and I don't want to be in a tsunami of everyone's and be lost. So we're right now in that position where we've got, the issue is people think that, and I'm curious to hear what the other filmmakers, people think that, oh, because the production pipeline is stopped, people want films, and that theory is fine. It makes sense, but I don't think that that shortage has hit yet. I think that shortage is going to hit. People are fine up until mid 2021 in my position, my opinion. So I think that we've decided to kind of wait and approach sales a little more in the fall. And then the other irony is we won the Women in Film Finishing Fund. So I actually had, but my first feature, I four-walled all across 17 cities in North America. And now I actually have the money to do a theatrical myself if nobody says, but in a pandemic, what am I doing, right? So it's like your hands are tied. You can't even do the indie things you would do otherwise. So that's where we are right now. We're waiting to find out. We've got a couple of, you know, champions reaching out and a sales agent. But, you know, I'm kind of just, I'm not in a rush. I feel like having a finished film it's only like a stock value that'll go up. Yeah. So
thank you so much for being honest. And, you know, throughout this conversation, we're not trying to be depressing or like, you know, woe is me, but we just really want to present an honest, you know, very, very open look at what it is like right now, because, you know, finishing a film and getting a film out, even with millions of dollars, you know, in the studio system, it's not guaranteed to be a hit. It's much harder, you know, to do it as an indie filmmaker, especially most of the times you're producing it, you're serving as a producer as well. So not only, you know, are you artistically involved and so invested, but there's a very, very real stake financially for you. So I do want to talk about the finances. And I guess, what do you think the landscape of financing indie films is going to look like now and, you know, post-COVID-19, everything from domestic to international financiers to something even like a Kickstarter, which I know, Andrew, you ran a Kickstarter and raised a good chunk of money for Spawn Night a few years ago. So any thoughts on what do you think that's going to look like?
I guess I'll start because you mentioned my Kickstarter. You know, I think American independent, you know, film financing has always been difficult. You know, and so I can't imagine that it would be like any easier right now. You know, and I think you know, you could see it within the industry that the infrastructure is you know, like kind of having to reconfigure, you know, like there are a bunch of layoffs at like, you know, big agencies, and you know, certain production companies are you know, like furloughing employees. You know, there's a lot of the infrastructure that like that you know, filmmakers, writer, directors like rely on is kind of you know, it's again, it's reconfiguring, and so the people that we would normally go to might not necessarily be ready or interested or, you know, even around anymore for us to like go to them. And so you know, I think it does make me think about just like, oh, like, is the smaller film gonna come back, you know, like you know, do people make features for, you know, under $100,000, and, you know, and you keep crews small, which will probably be safer anyway. But yeah, you know, I think financing, it's always going to be tricky, you know, and the way independent films are made like is so vast, you know, like, yeah, you could totally do a Kickstarter, or you could go to like a film financing fund that like, you know, packages with actors and, you know, fancy attachments. You know, I think right now, it's, at least from the community of filmmakers that I'm in contact with, a lot of this time we're kind of spending like just kind of assessing like what's going on, you know, like who's still, you know, who's still interested in kind of trying to put something together. But yeah, you know, I think you know, it's been a couple of months, you know, that we've been in this this kind of shelter in place, like pandemic order. But it's still so early. Like in some ways, like we have really no idea. Yeah.
I was going to jump in with what Andrew is saying. I think that actually the silver lining is in what you're saying about small crews. Because we're so indie, we are very good at putting great production value with very little. As far as where my money has come from, it has been private investors. I do not, and they've been outside of film. So I don't think that's going to change as much. As long as safety is paramount, I don't think that's going to change. So I also feel like a lot of these agents who have been fired and managers, I personally think they're going to become, there was a great article, I don't know, it was in the New Yorker or where, but it was also predicting there's going to be a lot, this is going to be the rise of independent producers again in the market, because we didn't feel that, like, it was so hard as indie, I don't know about the rest of you, to find producers. A lot of us directors were producing ourselves, and then we would have co-producers and cobble up a producing team. But I think the strong indie independent producers are going to rise again, because a lot of these like structures, so it's going to be the super rich, I think, films, and then the super small films. That's how I am seeing the future. So in terms of financing for indies, just like Andrew said, we're not Europe where we have grants. It's always been hard. It's going to remain hard. But the positive thing is to really lean into how creative we are and how gritty we are and efficient we are with money. And that will be, so obviously writing not many crowd scenes, using sort of long lenses. And so you're far from actors, like all these things, I think that it's actually going to be, it's going to be how it's been, and we just have to lean into our strengths. I think the support's going to be more, is what I'm trying to say.
And I've only, done this once, but I will say that when I got Emily Ting, who produced it, the one who did Go Back to China, one of the reasons she agreed was because she was like, I don't believe you can make a movie for this little. I want to see how you guys do this. And we kind of proved her wrong, like she was like, what you're asking for your budget was what I shot our like 1 week in when we were in LA. I don't think you're going to do this. And I mean, like a lot of this was because of Dave Boyle and his production company, Gray Hat Productions, of just like many people wearing different hats, but myself included. Like I ended up making my own props. I didn't have a casting director. I steamed the clothes myself. Like I'm the one who brought craft service, and I made breakfast for the crew. Like all this stuff happened because you just have to make it happen. My producers were grabbing lunch and changing toilet paper in addition to like doing all the payroll and paperwork. So, I mean, I think when you got to make it happen, you got to make it happen. And it's only until you're confronted with it, when you're looking at like that spreadsheet of like, oh, we could pay somebody to do this, or we could just like take the 10 minutes and do it ourselves on the day, every single day. And sometimes you can do it and sometimes you can't, but like, it's a lot. But I think when you're confronted in, and if you really want to be making your movie and it's time to do it, then it's time to do it. I will say that as like the filmmaker. Now I'm talking as the actor, because I just finished 2 super low budget indie films in a row, 2 in a row, and equally small crews, but then, I think there's a part of me, just as the actor who has people touching my face all day, and as an actor, I feel like you don't want to like, you don't want to, we have a habit of like not speaking up. We don't want to like be trouble. We just want to serve the vision. But it's really hard to think about that when you're thinking about literally your safety. And I have asthma. And so like, there's a part of me like that wonders how to be on a set, even with all of these rules set up, like telling my makeup artist, like wear gloves, or, like these things that like, I think on an indie set sometimes, like, because you're like family, it's hard to say those things the same way it's like hard to tell your mom to stop like putting food on your plate, like there's just, I don't know what it's going to look like yet. And I don't think any of us know what it's going to look like. Even if we have all these rules set up, I think once we actually get in there, there's going to be problems to be solved that like none of us can predict. But like any production, you just confront it when you're dealt with it. in the moment.
Yeah, this might be a unique time when being the children of immigrants or immigrants ourselves and bringing that frugal mindset and to set, maybe we'll have an advantage in the long run. But Iran, I did want to kind of dive deeper into something you said about, like what it's going to look like artistically, like, less crowd shots. And I will admit, now when I watch something that has a restaurant scene or a crowd shot or like a big, like anything like in a stadium, it hits differently. But so do you, artistically, do you think that if film producers, filmmakers are going to continue to craft and film during or even right after until we get a cure or a vaccine, do you think it's going to affect the artistic choices or the stylistic choices for future projects? Will you be changing your artistic style or kind of adapting, or is that something that, do you think that's something that should be done even?
It's funny that you said that. I just saw Michelle Obama's Becoming on Netflix, and those stadium shots. I was constantly hugging everybody. I'm like, oh, my friend jokingly said, he said BC is before Corona now. Like, I don't need to, but he's like, that was definitely shot BC. I was like, what are you saying? Listen, again, I think it's like none of us had like all the backgrounds we ever wanted. So in some ways we are still going to be at that advantage. And maybe those, those new producers will be able to get us like a visual effects budget and get the CGI in. It's a difficult question in terms of should we do it? I mean, obviously I think artistically, again, safety first. I totally hear what Lynn is saying. And I would hope that on films that's the producer's job and not your job to really, put the hammer down on safety with the makeup artists and stuff. So I think that, yes, of course, like if I need to, I'm not going to shoot anything outside right now for the next 6 months. My next project was going to be in Lahore, Pakistan. And my hope was to really scale up in terms of background. So now I'm like, oh, because that film to me is supposed to look really big. It's my first sort of, it's got a comedy angle and to drama. So I'm just kind of like, I don't think for that film, I would rather wait till I can do it with vaccines and be safe. But that being said, I think this is an interesting moment for us to kind of push ourselves and see like, what can we create in this time zone? People like, shipping stuff to like actors to self-tape themselves with commercials and stuff. Like if I were to shoot here, I would definitely, yes, I would try and be like as far away from the actors and like maybe do more stack shots with long lenses for coverage, like all like nifty things. But again, like, I don't know if any of us are rushing out to shoot anything right now. If we must, then I think we would, just again, safety first. So, but in terms of scripting, and again, in terms of writing, I've always been taught put as big as you can on the page because the producers can cut it. So I don't think I'm going to not write crowd scenes. Like if they really love my script, they can come to me and ask me to take the crowd out, but I wouldn't shoot myself in the foot and write, because maybe by the time, inshallah, it'll be filmed, we'll have a vaccine, everybody will be fine. So that's my take.
Yeah, I was going to add to that, like, when you're writing, I feel like there's a general instinct not to write from a place of like, oh, this is so I can sell it, or this is, this is to be practical. You write like your dream scenario because it helps you feed that, that muse that comes to you. And then you worry about it when you're told by your line producer, like, no, you're not going to get that. Like, when I wrote I Will Make You Mine, I wrote it with like the opening song being The Cure's Just Like Heaven, knowing full well we can't afford Just Like Heaven. But it brought me into like a mind state that I needed to be in that set the mood for the entire film. And so I kept it in there up until like the day before we shot the scene, because I needed to feel like that was like my mood. And I think that that's kind of similar to, when we're writing scenes, you can't be like, we're not going to have the actors kiss, or we're not going to have, people act in the way that people acted before BC, because I feel like we'll deal with it when it's time to shoot it, and we'll deal with what the world is like at that time.
Yeah, I think a lot of what Lynn and Iram are saying like really resonates with me about just like, the creative choices that we as artists like have to make. And I agree that, like film is such a strange balance between art and commerce, and like what the stories like we authentically want to tell versus like the realities of making them. And so that there's always going to be like a weird kind of like dance. I will say that like for me personally, like there's been something about this moment in time, this kind of it almost feels like a breath where I am kind of like writing my passion projects instead of like trying to figure out like, well, what's going to sell, like in some ways, like it feels like an opportunity, and in some ways, like creatively, that's kind of how I'm feeling like when I'm in some ways it's like I want to dream, right? Like if I'm kind of in this kind of feeling constrained in other ways. And so, I think it really just depends on your process as an artist and how you feel like it's you're going to be the most kind of like productive and also like healthy in your process. Like if you want to write something that you feel like you could shoot next week, then like go for it, but if you don't want to think about that and you'd rather write your passion project that like maybe 2022 like filming, like maybe that's totally fine, because at least like I find joy in the creative process, even if it doesn't necessarily mean like immediate gratification.
Yeah, I mean, films take a very long time to get off the ground. So if you start now, hopefully it would be impressive if you got it out by like 2025. So start now, right? When you have a lot of time on your hands and nowhere to go.
You just zoomed forward 3 years, Jess.
Very future oriented, Andrew. I'm hopeful. And it's funny how you say, you're writing for the stories you really do want to tell and not worry about getting them made. Because I think, Spa Night is a perfect example of that. It's a coming of age indie drama about a Korean American boy, and there's like a lot of gay sex in it. And you take that package to someone, you wouldn't think, it'd be like, yes, studio sell, but it turned out to be a great success and very beautiful film. Just a quick reminder that we are taking questions for the Q&A in just a few minutes. You can comment on whatever platform you are watching this panel with, and we will, a volunteer from Kollaboration will gather and send them over to us. So, and I guess now, like one level macro, and again, if you don't have to have an answer, but I am really interested in hearing your perspective as filmmakers, as artists. When we have, in the past, when we've had these huge global events, there have been major like paradigm shifts in how we view art or how artists create. So, we got the Beat generation after World War I, and there's been a lot of historical context to the 1918 Spanish flu influence pandemic. So, and post World War II, we got like a lot of modernism. So I guess, what do you think there's going to be a major paradigm shift and as to how we tell stories, how we make art? Do you think there will be will the genres be affected? Will the type of stories we tell be affected? I'm just curious to hear your thoughts. And I know I really no one has an answer to this question. You can't see into the future. But
yeah, that's a really hard question to answer. It's funny because I feel like I've heard so many people joke about writing your pandemic script, and then not everyone will like talk about like all those different scenarios, but I don't actually know anybody who's actually done. I've just heard jokes about it. So I don't know if anyone's actually doing that. That said, I before I did I Will Make You Mine, I for a while was in the food world, making my own, producing my own non-scripted content, and it really helped me find my voice as a filmmaker. I think, that's part of the reason I I was able to direct myself because I'm so comfortable in front of the camera, and I'm not one of those actors who's like, I can't watch myself or anything. Instead, like if anything, I'm like, this is my good angle. This is how it works. The end. I learned how to, edit on Premiere because of all of that, because it was something that to me was so low stakes and not pressure, and I think people are actually, because they're so involved in social media now, they have this opportunity to sort of tell a story. I don't know if it's like a non-scripted documentary style thing, but because we're so conditioned to seeing iPhones being a social media lens, I'm wondering if like there'll just be a time period where we'll see things that are more, I don't know, I guess like mockumentary style, or where it's a docu-style or a reality social media style type of storytelling, just because like if this is how people are going to create at home, like how actors are even like just, getting used to self-taping more and more and more, then maybe, like if I had to guess, then maybe that's how we would see like how somebody with a one-man camera sound setup is going to make something. So we'll probably see things that are very shaky, poorly lit, and horrible sound. And then whenever we get back into making films with, all the professionals again, it's gonna sound really good.
It's funny. So I actually think that a lot of social media-esque stuff is going to start looking better now, because people have the pressure. People are learning to like just learn as you go. Like a lot of actors I know are getting equipment shipped to them and they're learning, so I actually think that the quality of self-tapes is going to be better and stuff. I would say in 10 years ago, I would have used the word worry, but like I do, because that's hard content for me. But I graduated into the writers. I have great timing. I graduated into the Great Recession and the writers' strike. And then I was bringing my first language feature in the pandemic. So I do remember when we graduated, like, there was like this grade of comedy that I did not see myself in at all. And I would really worry, which is why I focused the first part of my career in Pakistan. And then with peak TV happening, I started seeing a lot of stuff here that I was like, okay, I see my voice. I need to start, focusing on American content. So my concern is that the pendulum is going to swing back to comedy a lot, because nobody wants to see pandemic or low, depressing stories. So I'm worried that the dark drama thriller era might be a little affected, but my hope is that because of the amount of supply, like platforms where you can release things, it will not be as affected as it could have been 15 years ago. So that is what I think. I definitely think there's like Tiger King says a point. I think the reality TV is going to go up. I edited an season of The Kardashians. I know how much people watch that. It was a paying your bills job. I can't get out of IMDb, so I might as well come off clean. So yes, I do think reality TV is going to go up, but I just hope that the prestige drama and dark thrillers and all of that stuff doesn't go away.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, any thoughts?
I think your question was like so like.
I know you don't have to answer it. I'm just like my like historical bougie ass.
No, well,
like I want to know.
it is really interesting to think about, and I just want to point out like two things. Like one is that like, if you talk about like beat poetry or like surrealism, like so many of these things, they're in mediums that are more. They don't require the kind of like money and like infrastructure as like a narrative film, which is, and so I do think like reality, like kind of non-scripted is kind of an interesting thing to talk about. And actually in some ways, like, this is so annoying because I don't really like talking about this, but like TikTok, like it is this. I once had like an executive like tell me, this was like years ago, like say that Vine was like the new cinema, and I like barfed, because, but I will say, because I think it's different, like, like moving image, like sound, video, audio, like there's so many different forms of it. And I think like filmmaking, I think cinema, like it's always going to be there, but I just think that there's going to be different types of moving image, and what we do to like entertain ourselves or like get the same fix is going to be like more diverse, you know. But yeah, you know, it is the other thing that I'll mention is like film moving image is like 150 years old. Like it's not that old of a medium. It's not like writing or, you know, theater. It's not like painting. And so like I have no idea like what the future of it's going to be and like what the legacy of our work that we're doing is going to look like. And you know, I appreciate that like you know, we have people figuring out like an Asian American film canon, but I'm just thinking about like film as a medium at all, like what's going to happen to it. But you know, I think just to like really ground it back to like you know, what we're dealing with, I think as, you know, as panelists is just like, you know, it's like how do we continue to be creative, and then how do we continue to make a living, you know, and that's a really, you know, that's a hard question that you know, I don't think any of us necessarily have the answer to, but is something that we'll be like wrestling with, you know, for the next couple of months, years, you know.
I wanted to jump into what Andrew's saying. I think this is a time where I'm so, you know, all those people who are like, oh, you shouldn't be hyphenates. I'm like, thank God I'm a hyphenate. Thank God I can write. Because if people are listening, lean into your writing skills for a while, because a lot of us are not going to be able to go out in production because there is privilege surrounding the safety concerns. I did also want to say, I do think just theaters are not going to go away because there's something, theaters have stood the test of like everything, right? DVD, Quibi kind of came and went apparently. But like, you know, a lot of these, I don't know, people are saying that. So it isn't as successful as people thought it would be. So what does that say? So I think theaters are theaters are going to stay.
Yeah. All right. And I guess let's open up to Q&A now. We have about 20 minutes left. So somebody is, let's see, Lil Ree's asking, how do you find and manage your team for your first film? So think back. Lynn, maybe think back to like last year.
Well, a lot of the people who worked on my movie, I had either worked with on the first two movies, because so my movie's the third movie in a trilogy. So the first two movies were done in 2010 and 2011. And, you know, a lot of our crew came back for that. But also, I keep bringing it back to Emily Ting, but, you know, she and I had worked together on Go Back to China. And, you know, when we were doing press for that and going around with the crew, she'd be like, you know, Lynn's doing a movie. And so a lot of my folks from there were willing to, you know, help me out and do me a favor. So that's how I found a lot of the people involved. But, you know, a lot of the cast had already been set up from the previous movies. And then I just cast friends or people I admired. And that was it.
You're on with Andrew? Yeah.
I'll say like for me, I think some of it's just about like the community that you're a part of already, you know, like as Lynn mentioned, you know, just like friends. And so if you feel like you don't have, you know, like your crew, some of it might just be that like, is it just at this point building community then, right? Like, should that be your first priority? And like going to, you know, I was going to say going to film festivals, and then I got really sad. You know, but like, you know, finding your community, you know, in one way or another, whether it's, you know, reconnecting with school friends, whether it's, you know, organizations like Film Independent, you know, Visual Communications, Outfest, you know, the Sundance Institute. You know, when I made Spawnite, two of my producers were film school friends of mine. And then two of my producers were people that I met through Film Independence labs, you know, and it took many years to like kind of build it, but like that team came together in this way that felt really organic, and wasn't necessarily, you know, like cold emailing anybody or cold calling anybody and saying like, hey, will you do this? You know, a lot of it was just like within the community of people that I had like started to get involved with, you know, from my short films, from my education, you know. I think that that's really valuable. And you'll see, like, once you start to get people on board, like they'll start to bring people on board, and it just kind of grows. You know, as like the writer director of Spa Night, like that film, my first feature, like a lot of it was about communicating with people like my passion and what was interesting about it, and like giving them information. Like I had to talk a lot, and I think that that's important. And then you know, being really respectful and thankful for their time. You know, it's like if you get people on your team through your passion, but then you abuse them or you mistreat them, like you're gonna lose them. And so a lot of it was about being like a generous collaborator.
I was just going to add that, yes, absolutely. I think having repeat team members is so key. You know, sometimes people sort of grow into different paths because it takes so long to make an independent film. So like, you might not be able to get the same people back. But like, for example, my cinematographer and I, we've been working together for 6 years. And I'm now thinking I need to work with more cinematographers just for my style, but not because, you know, and the other thing I was going to say is just what I've done sometimes is people I really admire, like production designers, and like, so when I'm in the script phase, I will reach out. So for example, I'll meet you there. We had all heads of departments, even like 2 years before we shot, they were following the film. And I was hoping that, you know, by the time we have the money, those people will be available. So sometimes when you're writing the script and you feel like, you know, maybe just start courting them, you know, earlier on. And because you want to build relationships, like Andrew said, what you don't want is you want to get on set and you've scrambled money and then there's like a dysfunctional crew. Sometimes it might be great also if you haven't worked with somebody to maybe just do like I don't know, a weekend shoot, and just have a bit of a test run in some ways if they're game to do that. Senior people won't though, obviously.
Thank you. Raymond Eugenio asks, have you ever made a movie that you, or even just any project, even a short, that you put a lot of your own personal resources into and it did not meet festival expectations? If so, how did you recover and how long did it take? And I'd like to expand that to not just financial, but like also just emotional and like
I'll take that because I did do that. After my first feature, I was so worried about becoming, you know how like when you're making shorts, you're like, am I ever going to make a feature? When you make a feature, you're like, am I ever going to make a second feature? And so like after that feature, I was like, I don't want to be this one hit wonder or whatever. So my gift to myself of making that feature was that I put $2,000 of my own. I shot this in Pakistan, which is why I could do it for 2,000. And I made this film and I used shorts as a way to like practice directing because on features, I realized that transitions were a big issue with my first feature. So I just focused on transitions with a short and I took as long as it would take. It became like a mini film school. And I feel like it's some of my best work, honestly. And other people who've seen it, who are my champions, also think so, but it failed miserably in terms of festivals. I finally put it online and it's like 1.5 million views and more, which on YouTube, like, and it's like a 20-minute film to have 1.5 million. If it was 3 minutes, I would say. So I didn't, honestly, if you were thinking you're going to recoup finances with shorts, that's not what shorts are for, in my opinion. They're calling cards. They're like practice ground. They're, you know, again, community and network building. I don't think, you know, I would think about recoupment with shorts personally.
Yeah. Any other comments? No, we can go to the next. Lynn?
Well, I was going to just say that even though this was like the first thing that I had ever put this much money of my own into, and we did get into the festival I wanted to get into. So I can't speak to that, but I can speak to about 10 years of writing a blog and trying to develop that into like a travel show, like all these different things that, you know, I never saw the money back that I put into it. And I never like if I really sat and calculated the amount of time I put in, like it would have looked crazy. But because of it, I learned so much about myself, not only as a person and like surprisingly as an artist, even though it had like nothing to do with my acting or anything narrative, it still helped me immensely as a storyteller. And so there were definitely years where I think if I would like take stock and look at that, and I would be very disappointed. How I got myself out of it was to remember not to compare myself, because usually those moments were moments of comparison, of like seeing where either I had been previously, where I was like, oh, I was up here and now I'm so down here and I don't think I'm going to get there again. And like, I don't know how I'm going to get to where this person is, who has been at that place 2 years ago when I should have been like crawling my way towards there. And I think like the second I just stopped comparing myself to them and to myself and to versions of myself, past or future, that's when I could like just do the work and grow. And that's what I would have to say about that.
Yeah, the only other thing that I'll add, and this is kind of an extension of what Lynn mentioned, is that in some ways, like you have to find worthfulness in your work, like on its own, right? Like for me, it's one of those things where like I've made a short film that like didn't play festivals and was really, you know, like sad to me, but I know what I gained from it, you know, what I learned from it and how I could be a better filmmaker from it. And so for me, like that feels worth it. You know, if the only criteria that you have for like, oh, this film was worth it was like, oh, it's going to make its money back and it's going to be seen by a ton of people, then you might not actually be making work that like could be that, right? Like if those are your priorities, the work might not be good. And so, you know, if you reprioritize, like it is interesting, like how the work will then actually like get you the things that you may have wanted before, but like, you know, again, like isn't necessarily like the top priority. And so, you know, for me, I really do think about my career and my filmmaking as like a process, you know, like everything that I do isn't necessarily like going to be a masterpiece and seen by a million people, but is it going to help me make better movies, you know, and learn more about my creative process? Yes. You know, like I think about, you know, like Portrait of a Lady on Fire, which I think is a freaking like masterpiece. Like is Celine Sciamma's like fourth feature, you know, like Parasite is like Bong Joon-ho's like however many feature. And it's just like, you know, I don't want to look at their older, I don't want to mention their older work. I've seen it because it's brilliant too, but you know, it does make me feel like, oh, I don't have to be brilliant right now. And that's totally great. And like, you know, that's how I keep going, you know, that's how I spring back from anything that feels like a setback.
Yeah, and I've worked with a lot of writers and filmmakers through various points in their career. And, you know, the one thing I hear a lot is that it's just attrition. Like it's a marathon. Like, are you still in it when the things are tough? And do you want this enough? Is this really the only thing you can do? Do you need to do this? Because really, I think those are the people who can live with a project for 5 to 10 years. And you know, I'll Meet You There has been a passion project of yours for more than a decade now. And, you know, sometimes it's just, do you really need to tell it that badly that you're willing to spend X amount of years with it? So keep going is my end message to this. But I have a question from Candy. Has the pandemic brought out more artistic creative sparks in you, or do you feel you're in a creative rut? And I will add on to that question, what are some things you do to try to get yourself out of creative ruts?
Go ahead.
Sorry. No. I was going to say, like, I'm too busy like doing press right now, but I'm doing things like puzzles and I'm practicing piano again. And I'm definitely like journaling and doing things that I just need to do that don't require looking at a screen.
Bingo.
Because usually what I would do would like be play video games and watch a movie and just do things on my phone. And like now I'm like, my eyeballs can't handle it. I need to touch something. I need to like do something
Tactile.
that at the end of this, I need to like stand back and be like, I accomplished something. So that's why those things are really, it's like returning to high school a little bit. It's a lot of fun.
I've been returning to like prairie days. Like I started embroidering. It's terrible.
My God.
But yes.
That's my next thing that I want to do. I want to get a sewing kit. You're gonna have to talk.
Andrew had some. I don't want to. You had some.
Very very quickly, I'll say. I think that as artists and as working artists, like there is this like kind of pressure like to be productive right now, and I've had to like really learn to like let that pressure go. because it just makes it worse. And so I've kind of embraced this philosophy of mine, that I've tried to cultivate and live by for the, past couple of years, where it's just that like every experience that you have as a human being is going to help you be creative as an artist, and so like even just like me cooking, like is going to help me be a better filmmaker, in some weird way, like, or just being present in the world and like having conversation. And so even when I'm not like writing or like, doing something that feels directly related to filmmaking, like I know that like if I am present and aware and allowing myself to feel things and reflect on things, that will make my filmmaking more interesting, more nuanced, more human. And so, I'm giving myself that kind of that permission, to not have to like feel like I have to like be, on my laptop with Final Draft open, like writing a certain number of pages each day, like I do think that that's also a part of the process eventually, and I've had to do that as well. But I think you do have to just like let yourself like live.
I was gonna say, a lot of people are doing gardening. Apparently gardening is really helpful. But
Yes.
I was gonna say, so I started off with, the South by thing happened and I didn't have anything specifically going, and my manager, and we had a pilot that made a list earlier this year, so that was being read. But I was really doing this pressure thing. But I have family in Pakistan, and I think that, the pandemic has really brought the haves and have-nots, like it is really like, as an artist, I'm an artist and an activist, right? And so for me, I was trying to be productive. And then I was like, you know what? F this. I'm going to contribute to NGOs. I'm going to try and make masks at home. I'm going to do whatever I can to help, because, like my sister's maid, she didn't have running water to wash her hands. So what are you saying? Wash your hands, to protect. And so when you're trying to do those things, you're like, who cares about the scene I'm writing? People are dying, And so there's a balance you have to have. And so whatever you need to Jess's point, how do you stay inspired? So I went back to meditation because I lost my meditation practice when my daughter was born. I was like, I need to do this for sanity. And then I agree. I think it's all about like, when you work hard, and when you play hard. And playing hard is hard because you are constrained. But if that means like, playing board games with your husband or going out for a run in the neighborhood, or, you need to do those things, and you need to kind of chill out. Through the pandemic, then I finally was able to come back to this point where I was like, fine, I will just write one scene a day. So majority of my time is actually contributing. And then when I got in, so I was able to trick myself. Then I was able to write a little more. And then I ended up getting hired to do a writing job. And that's been great, because I was like, oh, I feel like, okay, this is office, but now it's coming back, which is the depression of, oh my God, how long is this going to go? So I think it's just a balance. I think what Andrew said, and Lynn said, every day you have to be honest to how you're feeling and respect that and move through it. And then when you're feeling good, so it's a balance of forcing yourself to sit in front, and then also just not forcing yourself too much. It's all a balance.
All right, I think that almost is our time. But before we head off, I do want to ask you guys, where can people find your work and support you, whether that's social or website? Or a film that you can purchase video on demand. Lynn, why don't we start with you?
Okay, so my movie comes out on Tuesday, May 26th. It's called I Will Make You Mine. You can just go to iwillmakeyoumine.com. You can pre-order it now, and it will be available on DVD, Blu-ray, all the video streaming platforms, cable, on demand. And if you pre-order it now, I will send you a postcard, because I had all those postcards that I was supposed to be handing out at film festivals, and they are just sitting in a box in my room. So I would love to mail you one. So just go to iwillmakeyoumine.com. You can figure it out there.
Andrew?
Yeah, so my film Driveways, starring Hong Chow, Brian Dennehy, and Lucas J. That's available now, as I mentioned before, on iTunes, on Amazon Prime, Microsoft Movies, and Google Play. You can also rent it from your local like virtual cinema. And then you could follow our social media. So we're at Driveways Film. And then you could also follow my own personal social media. So I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Andrew on Films.
And I believe Spawn Night is on Netflix.
Spawn Night's not on Netflix anymore.
It's not
but it's
anymore?
It's
okay,
it's on
kidding.
Canopy.
It's on Canopy.
It's on
which
Canopy.
I believe you can get a free membership if you have an LA City Public Library.
Yeah, totally.
So look into
Everyone
that.
should be on Canopy if you're not
Everyone
on
should
Canopy.
be on Canopy. You're
It's
paying
the best.
taxes already. You should be on Canopy.
Yeah.
Eero?
I was like, she was talking about her postcards, and I just was like, oh, these are like all to be given out at South by with the screening informations and everything. Oh, well. That's not coming to a theater near you yet, but you can follow me at Iram P. Bilal, IRAMPBILAL, pretty much on all 3 platforms. I suck at Twitter, better, and then I suck less at Instagram, and I suck the least at Facebook. I'm trying to change that and be more active on Instagram. I'll meet you there I'll meet you there. So I don't spell Will like Lynn film. I'll meet you there, the film. But I think the best thing is just to follow me, and I'll be probably streaming on the top of my lungs when the film is out. My first feature is still on iTunes and maybe on demand and all of that if you want to watch it. It's on Netflix DVD still.
Hey. All right, thank you so much. I am Jess Ju. I am with CAPE, the Coalition of Asian Pacifics in Entertainment. We are a nonprofit that works to champion amazing artists and leaders in entertainment like these 3 filmmakers that we had today. So thank you so much. You can follow us at CAPE. Okay, this is the most annoying thing. We're at Instagram at CAPE_USA. We're on Twitter at CAPE_USA. And we're on Facebook at CAPE. I have tried for 4 years to consolidate those. Someone owns CAPE USA on Instagram, and there's no pictures, but they're not relinquishing it. So, but we will also have updates about all of their films, as well as films from amazing other Asian American filmmakers. Please support indie films, support Asian American indie films, support Asian American artists. All right. So thank you so much. And please stay tuned for the next panel, which I believe will come back after a break.
Thank you.
Please stay
safe, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Empowered.
Thank you, Empowered.
Thank you, guys. Thank you to Jess. Thank you to everybody. That was absolutely amazing. And Jess, I understand that struggle is real. That branding and Instagram is everything. But that wraps up our Filmmakers panel. And we're back at 12:40 with our next panel, which is the Civic Engagement panel. But in the meantime, I hope you'll follow all these filmmakers. Their work, their bodies of work are incredible, and their stories, their journeys are an inspiration to all of us. So thanks for tuning in for this panel. Thank you to our sponsors and community partners. #Empowered2020. We're seeing so many great posts of people like eating their breakfast or lunch and tuning in. It's so great. Love the comments. Have a great day. We'll see you back in 20. And thank you to the Filmmakers panel.
Thank you. Eid Mubarak.
Thank
you.
Following. Bye.
Bye.
Winner. It really. Winner.
Like generation, it ain't our imagination. I might skip my medication, take a little sleepwalk. Don't worry your head about it, just be talk down and out it. Wake up out of bed shouting, up the dose again, dog. Strong men that way too much, spontaneously combust. Control built on empty trust, put this mask on to filter out the dust. Fire away. I see you in the dark, armed with information. We have illumination. Fire away. You won't break me apart. Don't tell me I am lost. I know exactly where I am under the flicker of the gaslight. Talk down to you. Double vision, I lie. Now I know when I see right. Polarized to the light. Now we fight for the detox. Running out of script right there, so you need help, kid. I got time interest. Running out of script right there, so you need help, kid. I got some interest. Fire away. I see you in the dark, armed with information. We have illumination. Fire away. You won't break me apart. Don't tell me I am lost. I know exactly where I am, under the flicker of the gaslight.
Hey everyone, welcome back to day one of Empowered 2020. Thanks to everybody who's been tuning in. The chats have been so life-giving. Thank you to everyone who's just participating. It's such a great community vibe, even here when we're gathering virtually. My name is Minji Chang. I'm your host for Empowered 2020, and we are well into actually our last panel for day one. It's a shorter day because two of our community partners are having events later today celebrating Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Happy APAM. So we want to give a quick shout out to Live from Home Show and also to Hate is a Virus. They are doing some really wonderful fundraisers today, so we hope that you go check that out. But yeah, for those who have not been following along up until now and you're new to Empowered and joining us for this civic engagement panel, welcome. And to everyone who's been following along, thanks for coming back. Hope you got a good snack, all this stuff. We're seeing some really great Instagrams and social tags for people eating breakfast or lunch and tuning in. It's so great to all be at home comfortably sharing space together. So thanks for being here with us. The hashtag for today is Empowered 2020, and we are at Kollaboration with a K. So if you post anything, please tag us. We'd love to see how you are experiencing our conference from where you are, from your corner of the world. And it's so exciting because our event has been a live event for the last 5 years in LA. So this is the first time we're doing this virtual. Silver linings to this quarantine situation, but we're so appreciative of all the support. If you'd like to donate to Kollaboration, we are taking donations through Venmo and PayPal. You can Venmo at Collab, K-O-L-L-A-B, or you can PayPal collaboration@gmail.com. And thank you to everybody who has been, I'm not even looking at the camera, my goodness. Thank you to everybody who's donated and supported us. This is so wonderful and we're so appreciative. This has been pretty much all done voluntarily. Shout out to Marvin and the Kollaboration team. We are a nonprofit organization that's been promoting Asian American artists and the creative professionals, and we are here to be there for the community. So whether we have a pandemic or not, we're out here. And special thanks to our sponsors and partners, just taking a second to recognize them. We want to recognize CBS, Sony Pictures Asian Community Empowerment, Low & Sons, and Boksu. And then our community partners, Visual Communications, CAPE, Asian Creative Network LA, the 2020 Project, Hate is a Virus, Live from Home Show, and the United States Census. I hope y'all are filling out the census, especially in light of the conversation we're about to have in terms of civic engagement. It's an incredibly important time for us to be counted. But I'm going to let us go into the next panel so they can inform you on why that's so important. And I'm really excited to introduce our moderator for today. Alton Wang is a community organizer based in Los Angeles and currently a JD candidate at the UCLA School of Law. Hey, Alton. His work focuses on the intersections of community engagement, strategic communications, and policy communities. That is so important so far. He previously served as a policy advisor for the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. He's assistant director of the API Data Project, disaggregated data, and mobilized API voters in roles with API Vote and the California Democratic Party. Thank you. Have a great panel, everyone, and handing it off to Alton now.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Minji. I would totally ask for a round of applause for Minji right there, but we're in this little Zoom world, so things are a little different. So we'll just do a virtual one here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today on this panel talking about civic engagement, a conversation that I think is really opportune, obviously for this year, but also for always and forever in our communities. I'm going to really quickly introduce our panel, and then we'll kick it off. And of course, we'll have some questions that you all can ask towards the end. So in no particular order, but the order that I have in my little window right here, I'm just going to introduce our panel. First, we have Teresa Vu. Teresa is a native New Yorker and is currently in her junior year pursuing a bachelor's in media studies and studio art at Hunter College. Her passion for Vietnamese American culture and civic engagement inspire her work, which takes the form of education, photography, and fan dancing. As an ambassador for the 2020 project, she hopes to advocate for the Asian American community and empower them to make a difference. Next, we have Kavi Vu. Kavi is a Vietnamese American storyteller who uses videography, photography, and poetry to preserve history. She is the co-founder of Wake Up Atlanta, a web series that uses videos and graphics to civically engage Asian American millennials in Georgia. She became a Center for Civic Innovation Fellow in 2018 and continues to work towards ensuring that the Asian American voice is present in our screens, on the stage, and at the polls. Next, we have Andrew Chow. Andrew is the co-founder and CEO of Boba Guys and Tea People USA Inc. Prior to a career in consumer product goods and corporate marketing, Andrew started and exited his first startup in 2011. In his free time, he loves traveling and is a freelance writer and an angel investor for consumer-driven businesses. And finally, but certainly last but not least, Tim Wang. Tim is the founder and principal of TDW & Co., an award-winning full-service multicultural and cross-cultural ad agency with core competencies in social, digital, and experiential work. TDW & Co. is in the business of cultural competency, communications, and passion-driven engagement with diverse audiences for over 15 years. So hope you will enjoy this conversation we're going to have. And I'm just going to kick it off to our panel. And I think, talking about civic engagement, this is kind of a very broad topic, right? And an idea that really can go in so many different directions. So I want to ask our panelists first, what does civic engagement mean to you, for you, and why? I'm going to bounce it over to Tim first.
Cool, awesome, thanks, Alton. I think for me personally, civic engagement is really an opportunity to get involved. A little background about myself, and before starting the agency, I actually have a very community-minded background. I used to work in Seattle's Chinatown International District, and actually it shaped me into the person I am today. A lot of that experience shaped me into the person I am today. And so I think for me personally, civic engagement is really just understanding what you value and what you care about, and finding outlets and opportunities where you can participate, whether it's being involved, in the census and filling out the census and being civically engaged that way, or if it's registering to vote and participating in voting, or even if it's just serving your community as a part of a greater collective movement. So that's a little bit of what civic engagement, I think, correlating with community engagement means to me.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to bounce it over to Teresa.
Yeah, I totally agree. For me, I feel like I'm only 21, so I'm pretty young. I feel like I am still exploring what matters to me and kind of finding niche communities where, because I have such various interests, finding the things that I'm excited about and kind of getting my friends to do those things with me is what civic engagement is, why it's important to me, because you should be taking your time and making your life meaningful and trying to find these ways to support the people and communities that you're a part of.
Thank you. Coffee?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think when I first started doing civic engagement work, it was so scary. It's what is that? It's such a broad term. And I was oh, civic engagement is voting. And then once I started being more involved in the communities, I realized, or I guess I define it as just a commitment to caring about whatever community you want to care about. And it's taking steps to make positive change in that community, whether it's helping your friends register to vote, or being that person in the group chat who says, hey, they're going to put more bike lanes on North Ave, and I like that, and we should support that.
Andrew?
Yeah, there's not much to add because I think everyone covered a pretty good breadth. I would just say, if I were to maybe make it a little more like a personal and an outwards pitch, is that, civic engagement ultimately comes down to how do you think about the greater good, anything related to public services, health, as Kavi just said, fixing roads on the street and putting up signs. If there's one thing I would like to say, especially to the Asian community, most of the people who are watching are API descent and the diaspora, is that we should be more involved in these, whether it's neighborhood meetings, whether it's state level, whether it's federal stuff. And to me, you can get engaged on anything. The one thing I learned is people are what is a boba guy doing in all these the random things? And when I was doing boba shops, I had to get to know, at the time, the mayor of San Francisco, which is where I'm from, was Asian, was Ed Lee. And I got to know him, and I didn't realize how many, not just Asian small businesses there were, but there were immigrant all types, Russian, Latino, or Latinx. And I think because of that, I started connecting like, oh, if I want to change things, I have the ability to at any level. And, you know, it started with, for me, the municipal, which is city, and then it went all the way up to now federal. So I think, as everybody said, I think you can get involved and be engaged civically any way possible.
Yeah, Andrew, I just want to chime in. Also, I completely can identify with your experience because, you know, even working in the community for a number of years and then kind of launching the ad business, you know, I was trying to find like, you know, what correlation is there between advertising and being an ad man and being civically engaged, and you know, it reveals itself in just the most interesting ways in the work that we deliver for our partners and what have you. But yeah, I agree that I think it'd be great for everyone just to be involved because I think over the years we could always use more participation from the API communities.
Absolutely. I will co-sign everything that everyone has just said. I think, you know, part of thinking about civic engagement is really thinking about how we intersect individually and with the work that we do and in so many different places with this idea of civic engagement, and whether it's voting, whether it's you know, register to vote or filling out the census. You know, I think there's so many different pieces of it that I think we can really explore over the next bit of time that we do have. I think, you know, since, you know, kind of brought up a little bit, Andrew, I think it'd be really great. You know, what is it? What is a boba guy doing? You know, advocating for your not only your business but your community, and you know, what does it mean for, you know, you to be civically engaged? What is that? What has that looked like, and why was that important for you?
Yeah, I think I'm sure you guys know this. You know, there's 30 million small businesses in America, and more than 2, maybe even 3 million, depending on how you count them, are Asian American owned. And so that is pretty crazy if you think about it, which is disproportionately more. That's like 10% of small businesses are API owned, but we're what, 6-7% of the population. So we over-index. There's a lot of reasons, of course, for that, but I think for me, I think, you know, some of you, actually, I know a lot of your guys' profiles, we all come from different worlds. You know, if we're studying to be a law student or doing small businesses and doing media, you generally do something because you have a general passion and a kernel of you do it out of love. And that was boba. I mean, it's not stereotypical, I hope, and I don't want to get canceled on this, is that like, most Asians like boba. It's what I just grew up with. It's hard to kind of deny that. And so I was just one of them. And I was like, can I make a living out of it? But then as boba guys grew, we got involved in the representation and politics side. One example, and some people know I invest a lot in media, is that I was a corporate guy. Like Tim, I was an ad man. I worked for Clorox. You know, I was very stereotypical. I was going to be probably a CMO of maybe Coca-Cola. I speak Asian languages. Very few people with like MBAs and speak Asian languages from America. So I thought I was going to go into that route. But, you know, when boba guys took off, I was seeing, number one, there's not many people who look like me in those companies. And number two, as an ad person, I used to decide who goes into advertisements. Like I was on Clorox, so I would do the Hidden Valley Ranch, which is owned by Clorox, and choose who was in the shots. I can say this now, it's been 10 years, but there weren't Asian people in those shots. You know, things like that always stuck with me. And so, yes, I started with boba, but as we got a bigger platform, we were thinking about how do we change reality. We have a chance to do that. The more and more, I wouldn't say clout, but more and more impact you have and influence. And that's where I always tell, especially a lot of you guys, like whether it's API vote or people who are starting their own podcasts and everything, I came out of that world where a lot of my friends like Minji gave me, I wouldn't say pride, but gave me like identity. And now that we do essentially have a platform, we're putting that into representation, into politics, and into what I call structural change, because I do think that is what it takes. It takes a lot of coordination to kind of invert the power structure.
Absolutely. And I think, what you said there really kind of goes to show the expanse of what being engaged in this space kind of means, and the different ways that we can do it, whether it's in our professional lives, or really extending that beyond to seeing how this all kind of intersects with each other. I would love to hear a little bit more about when you were in Washington advocating for small businesses and what that experience was like, because I think that's kind of one angle of being civically engaged that folks might not automatically think about, right? Think of these two things perhaps when we think of civic engagement, but there's just so many facets to it that people aren't really familiar with. So if you can share a little bit about that, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I'll make that real quick. For those who don't know, on March 10th, I had the honor of basically representing the 30 million small businesses, really. It wasn't my Asian identity going, and basically asking for what you would call now a bailout. This is March 10th, if you kind of know the timeline. So it was kind of crazy in that a lot of people then weren't thinking or panicking about what you call an economic recession or depression or anything, what do you want to call it? Because people were like, well, we're still open, but we saw what was happening in Europe. So I went there to kind of fight for the bailout as kind of the representative of small business. And then if you guys notice, I had a paragraph that I added almost last minute about Asian hate against Asian America or Asians in general. And saying we should take care of that legislatively too, which means like hate crimes, enforcing that, Department of DOJ, Department of Justice stuff. So when I went there, the one reason I said yes, for those who don't know, like you have to get asked, but I'm always on a short list because I already engage with politics. But I think one of the reasons why I said yes, because I had to go to DC in the middle of all this while I'm running my business, was because number one, I knew if they wasn't going to ask me, they were probably going to ask some, I don't know how you say it, like not an Asian person. And I'm like, how often do you get an Asian person that is going to represent, like small businesses? And this is to the what you call House Small Business Committee. So right there, I was like, all right, I think, there's only a handful of Asian small businesses that are on what we call the congressional radar, which us being one of them. So that was one of the big reasons. And then, for better or worse, like I am pretty like comfortable speaking out. So if you watch the Q&A, there's like some Congress people, which I won't say, come from a different point of view, where they're like trying to make it political and say like, what does race have to do with what's going on? And I'm like, if you guys don't know, in Congress, you generally don't mention race, especially in the House Small Business Committee. You don't say racism is happening at the same time. But I think I was like, it's all interrelated. If there's racism, people aren't going to go to ethnic enclaves. If you don't go to ethnic enclaves, you're going to have a economic kind of impact in those Chinatowns, Thai towns, Filipino towns, and Korea towns, Japan towns. So, which is what we see, right? So I think, yeah, it was tough. So if I were kind of encapsulated, it was just like many other people are going to speak after me. It was. I feel like once you have a certain kind of calling, that's going to happen. You have to just act. That's one thing I'd encourage anybody watching is if now it's your calling, which it took me years to figure out. Now, if the opportunity comes, you got to go do it. And I really hope and inspire some people to just act as well.
That's great. Thank you. I think that's a really different angle, right, than what we hear about usually. And I think that's actually a perfect segue, kind of talking about figuring out, when is right to speak out. We have someone on this call who is a little younger than you, Andrew, that I think can speak to that side a little bit more. I wanted to pivot a little bit to Teresa. I think, the work that you are doing, especially right now while you're still in college, really engages a part of our community that is just by the numbers less engaged and not as politically active as they should be. So, what are some challenges in building this culture of civic engagement and voting, to be quite frank, among young people in our community? What are those challenges, and what have you seen, and what are you doing that you think are effective ways of trying to build that culture?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to answer the first part, like why it's so challenging to get younger people engaged, is that we have so many other things kind of going on, pulling our interests. So like kind of thinking about government and things that affect our lives that we might become more aware of as we get older is not something that's at the front right now. So being an ambassador for the 2020 project is definitely one of the ways that we encourage younger people, because I get to talk to my friends, like I'm representing the 2020 project. So what does that mean? And getting to know the other ambassadors that are all across the states as well is really incredible, because I get to talk to people that are my age that care about the same things that I do. So yeah, just having a community within the 2020 project was really great. We do a lot of work on social media. We did voter education, we have webinars, we have so many different things to try to get younger people to engage with us. And also I have to plug this in, the Fresh Off the Vote virtual music festival, because we know that the API community loves EDM music. So we wanted to, find that intersection of our love for music and media, and kind of giving a platform for these artists to kind of also raise awareness about what we're doing. So yeah, those are just a few ways that, we can try to get younger people involved. But for me, especially since being quarantined, I guess just reaching out to my friends, kind of making sure that they're doing okay, and then kind of telling them that, if you have extra time, you can do these things to be civically engaged. So kind of working really one-on-one, kind of expressing your concern, and kind of, I guess, making sure that we're doing our duties, and making sure that while we're at home, we're taking care of ourselves, and kind of like doing our, yeah, I think you know what I'm saying, sorry.
No, absolutely. I think that was great. Why do you think though that, I think, in engaging young people, it really is that one-on-one connection, that kind of direct contact from your friends, from your family, that really pushes the needle across and really gets the point across. Well, what else do you think needs to change, whether from our communities, from within, how we engage each other, or from a broader structural perspective, perhaps, that will kind of lessen those barriers facing young people, that prevent, as you said, there's so many things on our minds. If you're in school, you have school, which is an immense undertaking to begin with, but all these things on young people's minds that really prevent folks from feeling as engaged. What do you think what can we do to really make it more accessible, and to make it a little bit more straightforward, so we don't have to really kind of scramble every election cycle to engage folks?
Yeah, for sure. So we are working with a lot of different organizations, like our partners. So API Vote is one of them. I would say Rock the Vote is another one that I personally use. So you create an account, and then you get updates about your elections. And I know even with us today, we have so many different organizations that can help us engage. So I guess kind of, for me, plugging in those resources that can help us remind us about the information that we need to know, and kind of breaking it down so it's more accessible and not really intimidating. Yeah, we mentioned earlier that civic engagement is like, what is that? So like, how can I even get involved? So yeah, I guess for me, kind of making sure that those resources are available. And for me, I have a background in education, and I hope to go into museum education in the future. So kind of making sure that institutions are also providing the education that we need. I guess to be a little bit more specific, I hope that, people like me, getting my friends interested in these either policies or things that we care about early on, and kind of creating that community at first, just to continue the conversations. And even though it might seem really random, it's just something that we have to do.
Absolutely. And I think part of what you were saying is, what I'm hearing is, we're engaging across different platforms, and, using different mediums to engage folks, trying to reach people where they are. And I think that kind of goes to a question that I had for KV about, how can artists and creatives kind of contribute to building a stronger foundation for civic engagement in our communities, right? I think obviously we're in this Empower conference right now, hosted by Kollaboration. So I think this is really important about, how do folks in this space engage, and also expand that engagement to people that they reach through their platforms.
Yeah, thank you. I love this question, because I think that artists are the ultimate culture creators. We finally started seeing and feeling seen with Crazy Rich Asians, and PBS has a new series, and there's content popping up left and right. And I think it feels, sorry, I think it feels really good right now to be seen as an Asian American in mainstream America. But what I feel is missing in Asian American culture is that intersection with American politics. We have the lowest voter turnout, the lowest anticipated census participation, like lowest town hall attendance. It's a struggle, but I think it's because we've been crafting our culture and our brand in America. But I think moving forward, can we add to it like a population that also has voting power and buying power and following certain pieces of legislation that really affects our vulnerable communities? And I think that artists, we can do that. As an artist, as a spoken word artist who came from Collab and started this journey as a Collab ATL winner, I remember that a spoken word piece, just one spoken word piece that I wrote, connected quicker and deeper with somebody than like any flyer that I could make on civic engagement, any Facebook post, or any Wake Up Atlanta video that I could ever do. So we partner with a ton of artists here because we know the power of art in being able to cheer you up and inspire you. And so artists watching or organizers, I would say partner up. Like nonprofits need you. They have some money that they could give, and artists, like I literally went to a town hall meeting as an artist and I said, we need more art budget. And they gave it. I mean, not just me, but I'm saying like we all came together and we said, like, if you want a culture in Atlanta that is beautiful and vibrant and diverse, we need more money for art. Like, why is North Carolina why do they have more art budget than we do? And they're like, yeah, that's kind of embarrassing. And literally the next week, they boosted the budget by $2 million. Like it happened like that. And so there's definitely money there. And just from a representation standpoint, I think that artists, no matter what, create culture. So we need to really be intentional moving forward about what kind of culture we want to create for Asian America.
I think that's great. And I think there's a point you touched there that I think is incredibly important that I wanted to kind of bring up a little bit more. Is you talked a little bit about, being at a town hall and asking for more money that goes into the arts and that goes into your communities. Can you speak a little bit more of what you think the importance of engaging at that local level is, right? Like not everything is just about voting for the president of the United States. Not everything is voting for kind of the more high profile things that we think about every day, but it's that kind of local, on the ground, your town, your county, maybe your state that kind of makes a difference, right? Can you speak a little bit more why you think that's important, even though I totally kind of led you in that question, but why is that important?
I don't even think that's important, just kidding.
What should folks do?
Yeah, so when we started Wake Up, this is like my journey, my personal selfish journey into civic engagement, because as a naturalized citizen, daughter of immigrants, I had zero idea of the civic process. Like I didn't know what City Hall was, still kind of don't. And I think like there is so much coverage for national politics. There's all these amazing comedians and talk shows and news stations that cover the presidential election. And then when you get to like sheriff and like county commissioner, it's like crickets. And it's so much money that like, it's crazy that we don't talk about local politics, the thing that affects us the most. And like, I just seeing my mom work so hard for like every single individual dollar. And then to go to these town hall meetings and these people are making like $13 million decisions like that. Like, I'm like, wow. And to go to town hall and know that I'm the only Asian American there. And I mean, being in Georgia, a lot of people don't even think there's Asian Americans here to begin with. But like once we started kind of activating, engaging these Asian American communities, they were like, and explaining to them what what it could look like. For example, our Korean American community, they might have Korean on the ballots in our county. That's amazing, and that's due to census numbers. They're looking at census numbers and saying, well, we need Spanish, and in 2021, we might need Korean. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And I think, you said that, people might think that there are no Asians in Georgia, even though we know, thanks to census numbers that you kind of said, Asian Americans are one of the fastest growing populations in the South, especially in places like Georgia, in the, in the Atlanta metropolitan area, one of the fastest growing communities. And I think this kind of pivots to my question for Tim, and talking a little bit more about, I keep getting it wrong, this side of my little screen here, about the census. Why is your agency so involved in the census over the last few years? And why is the census important?
Yeah, thanks, Alton. And that was a great setup, KV, because I think census data is very, very important. And, I'll just say that our role with the census is serving as their national communications partner, and very, very proud of the opportunity of being able to work on this very important work, because it's really communicating to the Asian American community about the importance of this census and why we should care and why we should participate. And what we found actually through a lot of research leading up to this time was that many within the Asian American community have the lowest level of familiarity about what the census is and why we should care. And there's a very apathetic kind of sentiment. And so, I think that as we develop campaigns and messaging, it's really to really address some of those concerns that I think the Asian American community has. But ultimately, what it comes down to, it boils down to three main things. One, it's money. Two, it's power. And three, it's knowledge. So the money aspect, KV's talking about these $13 million decisions being made, at a very local level. Well, the census data that is collected is really to inform on the distribution of hundreds of billions of dollars, taxpayer monies that all of us pay into, to help to inform where those monies should go for services like emergency prepared services. We're in the time of COVID right now, okay? How does the government make decisions on, where resources and allocation of those funds should go for emergency prepared services, for education, for healthcare, for schools and for clinics, for roads. And, it is our right to be able to have a once in a decade count, to be able to inform on the distribution of all this taxpayer money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're estimating, I think now even trillion plus, each and every year, based on census data, right? Two, it's related to power, right? Census data actually informs on the number of seats in the House, our electoral college. Like, if you don't fill out your census, you will not be counted as a part of a household in your state. That then informs like how many seats your state should have in the electoral college. But not only that, you guys just mentioned about how Asian Americans are, by percentage, the fastest growing population or racial group. And how do we know that unless we actually fill out the census and are counted? And last but not least, I'll just mention that it's knowledge. Whether it's you're in business, you're in corporate, you're in research, you're in media, you're in entertainment, you're in nonprofit, you're in philanthropy, you most likely rely on some sort of data for your planning decisions, to make everyday business decisions. And much of that data actually comes from the census. And so, they say that knowledge is power. If we don't participate, then we will not be included. And this actually is a ripple effect for the next 10 years. So, I just encourage all of you guys to fill out the census if you haven't already done so. And don't just fill it out for yourself and for your family or your household. Please tell all your family members, tell all your friends, because there's a lot of people out there that may not know level of importance of why we need to respond.
I think that's so right. That is incredibly important. And the law student in me screams out that this is actually in the Constitution, that we have to have a decennial census. It's one of the few things the federal government has to do based on the Constitution. And, obviously, our communities are often undercounted, and our communities live in more urban areas, in states, in like New York, California. And, places like California might be at risk of losing a seat in the House of Representatives if there is a substantial undercount of communities of color. So Tim, what do you think is effective in getting us to fill out the census? What have you seen work in reaching out to our communities? And, what can we do to really explain to people about like, why fill out the census? Will it get me jury duty? Like, how do you get over these kind of barriers that people throw at you, especially in our communities?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And feel free, my fellow panelists, you guys can chime in as well. It is really a integrated approach, I think. I think that I would love to say that a lot of the advertising that we've developed and really reaching out to some of these hard to count communities that are Asian language dependent and using the channels and the mediums of where they consume information news is absolutely one way, right? But we really heavily also rely on partners, community-based organizations that really share the mission of what the census is really trying to achieve, and really using trusted voices and advocates to really spread the message about the importance of the census to their local communities. I think that it's a combined effort between, over the air kind of mass communications and awareness through media, but also on the ground. I think it's equally important for those that believe in filling out the census and being able to share that within their communities. I think word of mouth is also very, very strong. And so that's why I do encourage that, through your own circles of influence, through people that you are close to or connected to, that you care about, if you care about them, please do help to share the word about filling out the census. And in this time of COVID, right, when we're in social isolation and shelter in place, if you're talking about anything that you can do when you are in your own home or practicing social distancing, is being able to tell, hey, you can actually fill out the census online. You can fill it out by mail if you haven't, they'll send you a questionnaire, or you can even call a number and be able to have Asian language folks on the other side of the line being able to help assist you as you go through each of these questions. So that's what I would just encourage, that word of mouth is just extremely important, and being able to share that within your own communities is very helpful.
Absolutely. So I hope every single participant in today's conference will have completed the census by the end of the weekend. It's incredibly easy. It takes you only a few minutes. And for me, I always make it a family activity, right? To talk about, kind of check in with each other and, see where we are at and how we identify even sometimes. But I think that also speaks to, this moment that we're in. This is obviously something we can do at home. We don't have to go out. We don't have to mail anything anymore. It's just online. But in this moment of COVID and this crisis that we're living in, and this is for all the panelists, so anybody can jump in, how do you think the landscape of civic engagement has changed? How have we had to change how we engage our communities, right? What is working in this difficult time and what isn't working even, right? I think we need to know both sides of it. So, and I'll throw that open to anybody, if anybody has any thoughts on that.
I first want to mention that the census timeline has been extended. So now it's October 31st. There was a deadline in April, but now it's October 31st. You have plenty of time. And then October 31st is Halloween. You don't want to wait till Halloween because you want to figure out your really cute Halloween costume. So that's number one. And then number two, there are enumerators, which is what the people that Census Bureau sends out to like door to door ask you these questions if you haven't filled it out online, by mail, or over the phone. And so like it was paused because of COVID, but they were like, things are looking better, maybe. So they're gonna start sending out enumerators, AKA literal strangers come into your door. And like the worst thing for an Asian parent, like is for a random person to come over while you're watching your K-drama, you know what I mean? So like, and especially right now during COVID, we just don't need any of that. So really, if your parents like are resistant, tell them that strangers are gonna come. That's it. But yeah, I guess to answer your question, yeah, our communities are seeing a lot of slowdown because they usually in the past decades have done festivals. They've created a lot of, you know, Census towels and pens and all that, and we're gonna do things at churches and temples and community centers, but all that got canceled. And so they spent a crazy amount of money on it that they can't get out anymore. And so what we're doing right now is serving as media support to help these communities translate the graphics, learn how to use Facebook and Instagram. Some of them, it's like their first time, and like figure out how to Facebook Live. So it's a weird time, and we're just trying our best to help literally anywhere we can.
I just want to jump in here, I guess, especially since we've had a lot more time in our hands to kind of really consider how this pandemic is affecting all of our communities. I guess reminding everyone that filling out the census is helping the government understand what to do with our money so we can provide like the right resources that we need and to recover from this pandemic. So it's really important, and that's something that I mention when I'm telling my friends or even reminding my family members to fill out the census.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback off of both KV and Teresa, and going back to the question of what are we seeing in the trends, is that the census is one piece, and everything as we kind of are kind of going around the general thing of the trend that's happening is digitization, which is just causing a lot of pros, you know, maybe making the census easier. A lot of the hate campaigns. I mean, how many of our friends have started a lot of the, you know, the anti-Asian racism hate campaigns, like to kind of get people more educated. So there's a lot of pros to the digitization of civic engagement, makes things easier. At the same time, I'm sure everybody knows this, but just to remind everyone is that there's also then still, we're in this larger macro trend of like the balkanization of media, right? Like the fragmentation of media and digitization makes it harder then to actually, in my mission statement is to bridge cultures, to cross the aisle, to get to engage. So the civic engagement is actually harder because of digital kind of life to get out of our echo chambers and to talk to other people. Like we're in an empowered conference. Generally, everybody in this audience is going to almost like nod heads and agree. And they're taking notes on what am I going to do? How am I going to execute better? But with the larger pieces, how are we going to take what we're doing and get to the online communities that, you know, Black Twitter, Hispanic Twitter, LGBT Twitter, you know, how are we going to connect all those? Because I do think digital life makes it harder in some ways to do because the echo chambers are so tight. And I think if there's one thing that I would say for Alton's question on how did it change, it actually makes fragmentation, it's a little more apparent. Because in physical stores or retail spaces or music venues, you can kind of still invite people. And here it's like really hard to kind of interject yourself into a conversation, or I don't know how, it's hard for me to get into like a African-American like version of an empowered conference. I don't know who to even go to and how do I get in on that list? And I think if we can connect more of our leaders together, which is happening, by the way, which is amazing. You know, I've seen a lot of us on this panel do it. More of that, I think that will then address the headwinds that are coming out our way with more of the fragmented digital space that we're seeing, which is causing, I'm sure everybody would agree, is causing most of the social issues we have, is that people are in their own kind of world now, which we hadn't seen 20 years ago. And they're identifying each other and saying, hey, I'm validating your opinion and my opinion. It happens to be the same. Let's validate each other. And that's why it's getting stronger and stronger in many negative cases too.
Yeah. I just want to just add on to everyone's comments here. I think that in the times like these, when we're all coping with a lot of the difficulties and the challenges that COVID has presented, not only from a health perspective, but also just the economy and small business, and also just kind of the events and the festivities that we're used to having and celebrating that no longer exist in a live environment, that are now virtual, empowered even included, and also just the anti-Asian sentiments that has been a byproduct of just loose language that has been used, that has really hurt a lot of our communities. I think even during these darkest of times, I do, I'm an eternal optimist, and I always try to see what is the positive thing that we can all kind of gravitate and stand behind. And we were talking a little bit about this in the green room of how even during these times, we kind of have found ways, even if it's virtually, to try and be more connected in some way, shape, or form. And I think that that is something that we as people recognize, that we need each other, right? And I'm not just talking about just within the Asian American or Pacific Islander communities. I'm talking about also just some of these other groups that were mentioned earlier, the Black African American community, the Hispanic community, the LGBTQ community, all the communities that are oftentimes underserved, underrepresented. And I think that we could all do better, in being able to extend our olive branches as the best way that we can to just identify with the struggles that other communities are facing. I'm really proud about how this conference has come together, and just really thankful that we're able to make this all happen. And a huge shout out to Kollaboration and family, just being able to do this, because I think we need forums like this to have conversation, so that way we can continue to align and understand how to move forward. So from a pros perspective, even during these most difficult challenges, I find it really rewarding that we at least are finding ways of how we can be more connected, even if it's apart.
Absolutely. Oh, wow, that question really, I have all these ideas streaming through my head right now, but I'm going to try to keep it to myself and keep this panel moving. I want to remind everybody watching on whatever platform you are that you can ask a question and type it in the comments or the chat box, and one of our incredible collaboration team members will feed it to us. Our first question that I have here, and this is obviously for anybody on this panel to take up, is everyone has a lot of unique experiences in reaching out to Asian American communities to inspire civic engagement. What have the panelists, what have you all learned over time about what works and what doesn't? For anyone.
I'll start real quick. I'm gonna go back to just, and people, this probably can go many different ways, but bridging cultures. I used to kind of be, I wouldn't say a social justice warrior. Everybody knows I went to Cal. I was made to be, I was a sociology major, almost made a PhD in social psychology, but I thought I was that, I wouldn't say woke, but that oh, we're gonna go fight. And I actually was that passionate, because I'm a very passionate person, that thank God Twitter wasn't around. But I would have kind of went off on Twitter. And now I realize, and I've learned the hard way over the 9 years that I've been running my company and also getting involved in a lot of politics, is that you have to build bridges. It's almost never going to work when you cancel someone or yell at them and shame them. If you overcompensate and you overshame them, it almost never works. If anything, you're creating a future enemy. And I know it feels good, but I would say civic engagement, I've seen a lot of discourse go bad because of the lack of building bridges. And I know some people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but I've been canceled before, so I don't care. I just think that it doesn't work. I know a lot of young people think it works. Does not work. I go into the meetings where people make decisions and they want to talk to me and not talk to the people who are yelling at them. And I will say, well, those people are really angry at you. And they're like, yeah, that's why I'm not talking to them. I'll talk to you, Andrew. I'll talk to you. What do you want? What do you want on behalf of Asian Americans? Because the one that are yelling at us, that's not going to happen. And I have examples after examples. You know, I know the team. We talked to Trump about the whole China virus comment. I have an email string about this whole thing. And I haven't even talked about. You know, I think maybe Minji might know. What is going to reach across the aisle and work in America for civic engagement is more empathy, more dialogue. It is not going to be yelling at each other. I'm very passionately and opinionated about that. Yeah, and don't at me. Just kidding.
Amen, Andrew. Amen to that, man. Because, like, dude, I mean, part of I think what really works is just being able to relate to that other person. And in order to be able to relate to them, you have to be able to demonstrate a sense of empathy, and you have to also understand them in the context of maybe why they are thinking or feeling a certain way. And I think, you know, our philosophy at the agency has always been in a way where we want to understand first before being understood, right? And so I think that, you know, to your point, Andrew, is about building bridges, building connections, and you may not necessarily agree with, you know, their opinion, but it's also, I think, just helpful just to understand just the perspectives that people have, the background, the context, and if you want to be able to effectively engage them, I mean, that you have to have that kind of knowledge and understanding.
I just want to speak to my experience as an ambassador. A lot of the conversations that I have, even if it's with someone that I disagree with, it's really important to kind of use the right language and framing things in questions to get to know them, rather than kind of just putting your like opinions onto them. So kind of just making sure that you're taking the chance to understand where they're coming from before you get to like kind of plug in like, well, this is what I think, and this is the reason why we should be doing it in this manner. So I know those questions are really broad, but I guess, yeah, adding on to being empathetic and really trying to connect with people rather than getting them to kind of join your perspective and like your side. Because it's not about sides, it's about being engaged and making sure that we do what we're supposed to.
Yeah, I guess I'll add that, yeah, I think the shaming doesn't work. I think even being in civic engagement, I felt shamed before when, you know, people would say, oh, how come you don't know this about this? Or how come you don't know this deadline? I'm like, yo, just a person. And so I think meeting people where they want to care, and not like, oh my gosh, I care so much about this thing and you gotta care too, because like it affects your life. And but really meeting people where they care and that where they choose to care, that might be at a 0 for now. But you know, taking that time to build that relationship and finding out what people care about, because everybody cares about something, whether it's trees or their haircuts or their dog, and then finding kind of, you know, a bridge, like Andrew said, to get to that next step of their civic engagement journey, because it is all a journey. It's little baby steps to get there, and also not assuming that people need to know all these things before they can begin doing the thing. Because I think I was so nervous to start Wake Up Atlanta because like I didn't know anything. Like I started and I was like, I should register to vote, huh? and so like I know that it's really scary to not know, but I think it's dangerous to not care. So as long as we start from there, I think we're gonna be all right.
Great. I have another question here. This is from Ryan. Part of being civically engaged, and I think this kind of is a good segue from what we just talked about. So part of being civically engaged involves sharing good ideas and occasionally controversial takes. How do we make a safe space for this diversity of ideas without piling on in a backlash when we do disagree with each other? For anyone on the panel.
Sorry to make this one, since I've been caught in public eye on this one before. We in our company, but we also do this in our ecosystem, is we essentially create really safe spaces for dialogue. Like, I think if practically speaking, it's saying there's like certain rules of engagement. There's like, we call it enduring principles in Boba Guys. And then if you work, or if I invested in you as a company, I will say, I'm going to give you money, but here is the actual thing I want out of your project. Some people know, if I've invested in your project, I only want bridging cultures. If I even see you start thinking about canceling and you have a certain tone, there's no way. And you won't, it's just, so there's certain rules. And I'm not saying that if you are into kind of canceling and you're more of that kind of style and more militant, I'm not saying that you're a bad person. I'm just saying that's just not the way we work. But having very specific rules and saying that, so in our company, we have a very diverse team. We actually say, this is true in training. We say, do you like Malcolm X or do you like MLK? Do you like Professor X or do you like Magneto? We make our trainees argue in training. I don't think because we say whether or not that's, because it won't be about ethnicity. It'll be about some rich kid who goes to University of San Francisco and some San Francisco State or City College kid. And they're going to argue and see different views of money. They're going to do it in our store. So we try to get them over that. And so the question of how do you create a safe space, you actually have to lay down really strong rules. And your leadership team is the moderator. They have to be really trained. And if you haven't heard, like, we have a really intense leadership training. Sometimes it shows up on Reddit. It's because I'm pretty religious about it. And people are like, oh, Andrew and Ben run a cult at Boba Guys. I'm like, no, it's not really like that. It's more that you either agree with this worldview or you don't. And if you don't need to be in the company. And there's some people who just didn't realize that. And they kind of got through a filter. And so, yeah, there is a way to keep a safe space. It's very clear principles, laying them out and saying this community, and then you have to have enforcement of those rules. If there's no enforcement, it doesn't matter then.
Great. Go ahead, Teresa.
I guess as like a college student, being involved with a lot of like student clubs, I'm really involved with Vietnamese Student Association. I've helped with conferences like New York City Asian American Student Conference. And like when I think of these spaces, what makes them safe is that you can express your opinion and you'll most likely have someone who agrees with you. And I think that this kind of goes back to how media is dividing us and how when we are in these spaces, it's similar audiences. And I guess it's difficult to kind of anticipate like if a controversial topic might bring other opinions. And I guess in order, to ensure the safe space is to make sure that everyone comes in with an understanding that you're supposed to learn something. You don't have to only like exert, you're supposed to also listen. And you don't always have to comment on something. You can always just like kind of take space and also make space for voices that need to be heard.
I'll just chime in here also. I think that from a time of COVID period that we're in, just contextually, I think that, we're all a lot of times on our social platforms and just, part of different circles and groups and just being engaged in conversations that way. I think there's a lot more civically engaged minded people that are airing out some of the feelings and sentiments through their social platforms. And I find that oftentimes that, our friends or our group are very like-minded in a lot of ways. And there could be this notion of just, hey, if somebody has an alternative view and they put that into this bubble, then sometimes that person just gets just ranked on, and that's tough. And I'm trying to also just figure out like what's the best way myself, to be involved in these types of conversations. And it just goes back to, again, bridging cultures and thoughts. I think it's okay for people to have differing points of view. It actually strengthens, I think, why you believe in what you believe in, and how it kind of further cements like kind of your thoughts. And it could also help to adjust maybe some things that you were not aware about opposing views, right? And I think it's okay to have those challenges. It's okay to have that kind of confrontation, because I think that as long as it's, to Andrew's point, as long as there's like rules and there's roles and there's conduct that how we should behave, that's fine, because we're all trying to get to the same place, but we just have different paths on getting there, right? So that's just my 2 cents there.
Thanks. We're actually reaching the end of our hour soon, which time is relative during COVID. So I had no idea that an hour had gone by. It felt like 10 minutes to me, but I did have one last question I wanted to throw to each of you really quickly. And I think it's important when we have these conversations to have a takeaway, to have a next step. What do we do next? And so it's perfect that we did have a question come in from Ray about, what's a practical next step to get involved, right? I think that's a good way to close this out about what can we do? What can each person who has been watching these live streams or, joining us today, what can each of us do to make sure that we kind of begin, whether we're already long time, engaged in voting, engaged in the census, or kind of just getting started in understanding this process, and what can we do? And I'll just go down the line here. So I'll start with Kivi.
Ooh, just one thing. All right. I know Tim's going to say something. Okay. Trying to be strategic. All right. I would say one thing is if you are an artist with collab, I think telling your collab EDs and ADs and organizers that you're interested in being more civically engaged and that will bring more programming, and whatever local nonprofit orgs that work in the civic space in your area, locally, remember local, then global, and really just like plugging in and saying, I'm interested in doing a collab, I'm interested in helping, I'm interested in packing bags of rice and sanitary kits. And I think from there, you just make your baby steps forward, or you do it big and make a census video.
Perfect. Tim, what would you do? What would you tell people to do?
I think you guys know what I'm going to say. My2020census.gov. Go online.
Yes.
If you have not filled out the census, fill it out, and then tell all your family members, your friends, your aunties, your uncles, your grandparents, your whole circle, please. It's very, very important. Once in a decade opportunity for the next 10 years.
Thanks, Tim. Andrew?
I think if for those of you guys who have maybe like a professional life, even if you're an artist or you're running an agency or even a student, start thinking about what sector you want to work specifically in. For me, small business. For some of you guys, like the arts. Some of you guys like marketing, nonprofit, and then go to an organization and start volunteering, especially nonprofits. So in my world, there's a lot of small business nonprofits that I started doing. So the reason why is because if you start building that now, you'll have the ability to kind of see the lay of the land and how everything's connected in your sector. And then you'll see what the needs are. And once you start seeing the needs, you'll be able to then apply more. So I would say get to like the hubs of each of your sectors. So in my case, it's like small business, chamber of commerces. And from the chamber of commerces, I can then see access to capital, which is like giving out loans, and language issues. So language nonprofits. So I would say every industry has their own version of that.
Teresa?
So we have a really awesome website, vote-2020-project.org. And essentially, no matter what state you're from, you're going to be able to register to vote. And also, I urge you to pledge to vote. The way the 2020 project operates is that we have ambassadors we divided into 3 different teams. We're Team East Coast, Team Middle America, and Team West Coast. Team West Coast is winning by a margin with pledges. So I guess really just you can watch these numbers grow. Ask your friends once they can check if they register to vote yet, or if they can register to vote, then check if they are registered if they're not sure or they don't remember, and then finally pledge so we can get our numbers up. It's just, as an ambassador, like I just love seeing our numbers grow, and our goal is to get 100,000 AAPIs to register to vote this year. So yeah, definitely check out our website, and we will have more programming, more webinars just to get on voter education, and also to definitely check out our Fresh Off the Vote virtual music festival.
Awesome. And I'm going to, throw in my own one thing here. If you've already registered to vote, if you've already filled the census, if you're already engaged, I think it's really important to bring your family and friends in, right? And I think to really expand this network of civic engagement in our communities is how we're going to kind of reshape where our communities are in this country. And one more thing I will add, because we are in this time of COVID, you can request an absentee ballot in many states. You don't have to go to the polls in person, right? Check out what your state, what your rules are, but request an absentee ballot, make it easier on yourself. And with that, I want to thank our incredible set of panelists. It's been a really engaging conversation. I've learned a lot, and I think that's critical as we continue our civic engagement journeys. And I hope you all will have taken something away from this conversation, and we'll use this to really build your own civic engagement journeys. So now I'm going to hand it back to Minji, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day at Empowered.
Thanks, Alton. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks
Stay safe, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
You guys are freaking rock stars. I am so fired up right now, and I want to do all the things. And there's so many great comments. You guys lit a fire under a lot of people's butts and inside hearts. So thank you so much. That was such a wonderful conversation. And we'll take everything you guys said, and we'll move forward. So thank you again. Remember to fill out the census. Quick plug before we go into before we close this out is that Kollaboration will be hosting a census event, another virtual event in the near future. So we are excited to partner with artists. Kibi, we listening to you. Partner with artists, creatives, influencers, and more brilliant minds to help move this forward. So work is still in progress. We appreciate you so much. So thank you for being a part of Empowered 2020. Again, our hashtag is #Empowered 2020. We're loving all the different posts that people are putting up and how they're experiencing our virtual conference. It's so heartwarming. And we are about to have a performance, you guys, because we're at the end of day 1. This is super exciting. And we are gonna close it out with Run River North, who is in the green room waiting to perform live for you all. And if you guys are interested, Run River North has such a wonderful history with us. They actually were Monsters Calling Home back in the day, back in 2012. They are putting out a new song called Spiders, which is coming out next Friday on May 29th. And they are crowdfunding. They're doing Patreon campaign to independently fund their own album. So if you are a fan, and you will be if you don't know them, just get ready. Please go support them. And without further ado, thank you so much to our civic engagement panelists. You guys are phenomenal. And please welcome to the virtual stage Run River North, if they're on deck. Actually, hold up. We might need a minute. This is where I got to put on my host thing and vamp for a little bit. Hold up. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you again to the Civic Engagement panel. We're going to get this all set up because we're doing a live performance on Zoom. This is all new to us, but we love you. Also, Teresa, your look is fire. I just need to say, you are so... I need to work on this.
I actually
my life.
head for a fundraiser. And we raise money for Frontline Foods, an organization that supports local restaurants and delivers it to frontliners.
That's so dope. Also,
Amazing.
shout out to VSA because VSA is amazing.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Alton. We'll be listening to all your wise words. And thank you, KV. I love you. You know that.
Thank you, Minji. Appreciate
You're
y'all.
welcome.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so while we need a minute to set up, I still have plugging to do. And y'all know this. If anybody follows the collaboration journey, I know my vamping. So today we had our opening keynote speaker, we had our filmmakers panel, and we had our civic engagement panel, which was amazing. Tomorrow we're going to be starting day 2 at 10 a.m. with the new normal panel. I really need to just look at the camera. I keep looking at my Zoom screen. Does anybody do that? This is like Zoom problems. We're working out the kinks here as we do day 1. But anyways, tomorrow we'll be starting at 10 a.m. with our new normal panel, and we have Alex stepping in here. So I'll do more of my announcements after we get this going. Oh my God, it's so exciting.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, look at your background. That looks so cool.
Well, you know, shout out to Megan. Megan Lau is amazing.
Lau.
She did all of this. She did
Is
all
she
the
the one
art.
on social media too? The one that's
That's Juliana.
Juliana. You have a fire team. There's some great women in your ranks.
This setup though, oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, well, I'm gonna step out, and I plugged you guys. I told them about your Patreon campaign to go support your new album coming out. Shout out to the Monsters Calling Home, OG Love.
Oh yeah, you know it.
And we love you guys so much. Have a great show. I'll be back at to close out.
Nice, cool. So there are people, I think, watching right now.
They're watching.
Ooh, that'd be. I'll just stay right here. I'll be right here. Yeah? Cool. All right. Run River North. This is Daniel. This is Sally. My name is Alex. And all those watching from our Patreon, we love you guys. And for everyone else that has no idea what we're talking about, we love you too. And we're going to play some songs. This is song called Wake Up. And it's we wrote this last year. It's on Spotify. Go find it. Sunday morning back at my place. You can sleep late, I don't mind. Break some eggs, make a mixtape, and let it play like 20 times. I ain't got no money, but I got lots of time. So let's spend a little, live a little, cause every day the sun will rise. 2, 3. Wake up, come smell the roses. Oh, come take your time. Dead for a moment, set heaven on fire. Same life, same skin, wear it out. I hope it fits. The sun is coming up. I think it's time to wake up. Monday morning on the freeway, run a bit late, I don't mind. Break my back, make a mistake, another day, I'm getting by. We ain't got no money, but we got lots of time. So let's spend a little, live a little, cause every day the sun will rise. Sorry, Sally. Hey. Wake up, come smell the roses. Oh, come take your time. Dead for a moment, set heaven on fire. Same life, same skin, wear it out. I hope it fits. The sun is coming up. I think it's time to wake up. No money, but we got lots of time. We ain't got no money, but we got lots of time. We ain't got no money, but we got lots of time. Come smell the roses, oh, come take your time. Dead for a moment, set heaven on fire. Same life, same skin, wear it out. I hope it fits. The sun is coming up. I think it's time to wake up. Come smell the roses. Oh, come take your time. Dead for a moment, set heaven on fire. Same life, same skin, wear it out. I hope it fits. The sun time. Wake up. Sally's mic isn't working. Oh, what happened? Cranking it? Okay, let's try cranking it up. Ooh. What if I... Do you hear this? Hello? Hello? Hi, 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 hi. Well, it's live. This is what happens when it's live. Check, check. Louder, please. Okay. All right. Make Sally's louder. We'll find a way. We got two more songs. Next song is called Monsters. And it's not Monsters Calling Home. It's a new one that came out last year, and we've been singing it when we were on tour this winter, and we're gonna sing it for you now. And it's a great guitar. It's a great guitar song. So let's highlight that. Daniel. Like every song is Corona themed. Don't be scared of death. Death is scared of you. Don't be scared of death. Death is scared of you. Is it your bedtime yet? Yeah. Did you forget to turn the lights off again? Yeah. Yeah. Was it something I said that kept you under the covers and never called for your mothers and make you run for your life? No. Oh, we're gonna start that over because that was the first verse. Are you afraid of the dark? Is it your bedtime yet? Yeah. Did you forget to turn the lights off again? Yeah. Yeah. Was it something I said that kept you up in the bed and made the shadows grow teeth and take away your sleep? Are you afraid of the dark? No. Did you forget to check the lock on the door? What? Twice. Was it a creak in the floor that kept you under the covers and never called for your mother and made you run for your life? You know I came to save the day and I intend to stay. My claws, they're coming out. I got my cape on like superheroes do, about to take off out into the blue. I'm always on top, never gonna lose. You know I won't stop coming after you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Coming after you. 2, 3. Is there anyone there? No. Did I forget that there was only one chair? Yeah, yeah. Was it easy enough when it was just you and us? But now the voice outside kind of sounds like, you know, I came to save the day and I intend to stay. My claws, oh, they're coming out. I got my cape on like superheroes do, about to take off out into the blue. I'm always on top, never gonna lose. You know I won't stop coming after you. I'm coming after you. I'm coming after you. You know I won't stop coming after you. Don't be scared of death. Death is scared of you. Monsters in your head don't tell you what to do. Don't be scared of death. Death is scared of you. Monsters in your head, they don't tell you what to do. Cape on, superheroes do, about to take off out into the blue. I'm always on top, never gonna lose. You know I won't stop coming after you. Cool. All right, last song. We're gonna switch places, and Daniel's gonna be doing mood. He plays. He's an exceptional mood player. Does this work? If it's too dark, ooh, look at that. It's a little moody. Is that it? We're doing it in. Okay. Cool. This is it's a new song, and it's coming out this coming Friday. It's called Spiders, and we are truly now an independent band. We are not signed to a label, and we're trying to do this on our own. We're making our own confetti, and we're doing our own Zoom shows like this with the help of Minji and Kollaboration. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. And MC Jin is tomorrow. So yeah. Spiders up the wall. Spiders up to the sea. I can't shake them all, 'cause no one sees them. Why the silly face when the room's so serious? No one's happy and it's never enough. Just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. It's just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. Feel like I'm losing my head, caught up in the pieces don't seem to fit. Don't leave me in the middle of your web, spinning yeses and no. I can't make sense of what you don't even know. It's just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. It's just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. Lately I've been stuck like gum under the desk of a classroom I once slept in. Chewed all of its flavor and love. The bubble never blew up. The basket was just too far. I think I'm going too far. Don't remember where I are. Just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. It's just the way it is, just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. Woo! This is me collectively screaming on behalf of everybody watching.
Yay. I feel it. I feel it.
The chat has been crazy. They're loving this new song. They're pre-saving it on Spotify, just letting you know.
Yes, Minji, you know it's about those pre-saves.
Are you guys doing well though? I've been tuning into some of your IG lives and giving me so much life.
Yeah, we're stepping up our game. I think this past one we were able to trick the IG your phone into thinking like a DSLR camera was your webcam. So we're trying to figure out ways to make the quality of it not so like, IG. It's been a lot of fun trying to figure out ways to adapt. And I don't think we would have been doing this stuff if it wasn't for Corona. So it's kind of made us think differently about what it is about performing and how to perform and how to get to people.
For sure. And honestly, it's been so good to like see you guys in your element, in your homes and stuff. There's kind of like, there's that silver lining. It's you get creative and you're getting more personal now. So
I think so. It's a lot of cooking with my wife, baking with Sally. Daniel just continues to do music all the time. So we're trying to, show that in little bits and pieces.
The artiste. Well,
The
thank you
art
all
piece.
so much. This was such a treat. It was so good to see you guys. Everyone enjoyed this performance. We'll definitely continue plugging. And then you guys are performing in Live from Home show, right?
Yeah.
You guys are part of this lineup?
Very soon. We'll be live.
We got you live.
Yeah. You got us live. This is very live. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much. And I love the decor. I love the ambiance, the mood. It was on point. And we love you guys. Thank you guys so much for being part of Empowered 2020. Woo! Have a good rest of the day. I'm just going to close out so you guys can kick it, but I'm just going to do some housekeeping as we close out today. Thank you, everybody. Again, camera. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for our day one of Empowered Creative Leadership Conference 2020, our first virtual conference. This was super fun. I felt the love. The collaboration staff felt the love. And I really want to do a quick thank you because there were a lot of amazing people who made this happen. Thank you to Marvin Yue. He is the MVP. Thank you to Clara Yoon, Candy Lee, Christine Kim, Juliana Deere, Sung Cho, Megan Lau, Dustin Labor, Josh Ko. And it has been wild. So we're really excited for tomorrow. We're having a first day be a little bit shorter because we want you to go check out Live from Home show and Hate is a Virus. They're doing some really great fundraising efforts to support Asian businesses. They're trying Hate is a Virus is trying to raise $1 million, and then Live from Home show is supporting CDC. So everybody needs to definitely be out there. If you'd like to donate to Collaboration, this was put on by our volunteers. Collaboration is a nonprofit. We rely on our supporters and our contributors to keep us going. So thank you to everybody who's been donating throughout the day. I haven't even looked at that yet because it's been crazy on this end, but we'll be more up to speed on that. But if you'd like to donate, at KOLLAB, or you can PayPal collaboration@gmail.com. And we appreciate any and everything that you would like to donate to support us. And again, follow us at Collaboration. Keep up with the Instagrams and the Twitters. What are words? I'm so tired from being so excited today. But tomorrow's going to be a great day. Tune in. And thank you again to our sponsors, CBS, Sony Pictures, Asian Community Empowerment, Low & Sons, and Boksu. And shout out to our community partners, Visual Communications, CAPE, Asian Creative Network, LA, the 2020 Project, CAM, Hate is a Virus, Live from Home show, and the United States Census. This was an awesome day. Take care of yourselves, social distance, wear your mask, wash your hands, drink water, get lots of sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you.